adventuring in the lands of Toivoa. Specifically, you are most recently out here in Australia. Right there, where someone is playing with the special effects, which I don't mind.
More special effects, more special effects.
A lot bigger than I expected, but you get the idea.
That's what he said.
Yeah.
Anyway, well, I don't get in trouble. You've come to the deserts of Australia to find information and knowledge regarding the dragon orbs that you have collected one of from the Great Dragon's Horn Library. After collecting it, you left the Dragon's Horn Library and teleported out to the desert, where you have seen some tents 2 miles away from you, as Oshin was less than accurate with his teleportation. While still pretty close, considering he was only 2% off.
We split.
Come on, he wasn't that
But
far
it's
off.
better
Come
than
on.
being tossed in the ocean, so we take those.
The ocean of sand.
Still more forgiving.
It is more forgiving.
I hate
But if you
sand.
curse and rough and it gets everywhere.
You gain 1 point, sir.
1 point of what?
This is like, whose line is it anyway? The points don't
matter.
count and they don't matter either.
You get a brownie.
If you get enough points, you win D&D.
Right.
Oh.
Oh.
I thought it was going to be like 3 and then you're kicked out of the campaign. So
No, not really.
Those are different points.
But based off of my past histories with Saphira's player, I believe he's currently at a 0 on points. After having gained one. Yep, after having gained 1, he's now at a 0. Anyway.
Well done then.
I forgot
Impressive.
what I did to lose a point.
Oh, some pop culture sci-fi references and things like that that you didn't.
Oh yeah,
That's
probably.
yeah. Anyway.
You made it back with sand as coarse.
Bar is that low, huh?
It is very low.
Minus points.
You okay? Jordan, you're now at negative 5 points.
Damn,
I think
so
we should
far away.
revisit whatever pop culture ones he did.
Understood. So, as you guys are in the sand, are you headed towards these tents, or did you guys change your intention over the week?
As far as I'm aware, we are still trying to inquire to the nomads.
No
Awesome.
curveballs yet.
Cool.
So yeah, we would be approaching Ruzid's in big form, right?
Yeah.
So
That's never a problem.
I have to imagine we're not just gonna, land in the middle of town. I think we're gonna sort of walk our way from the outskirts inward in a very, hey, we're not attacking you fashion.
Okay.
Very leisurely strolling up to. Now I would assume if there's a leader, someone who appears to be an elder or in charge, Coin's going to try and figure out like who would be the most practical to have this conversation with, and he's going to try and find the old heads, the sitting around a fire kind of thing.
Awesome. As you guys are approaching, you see that there are no fires, and that there are tears in the doorways of the tents, and you see nobody moving as you approach.
Is this similar to the previous encounter we had? Where
Negative.
Coin noticed?
No,
Different?
when you guys first met up with the Australian nomads, they were quite active.
Oh no, to clarify, I mean when we were getting the keys to the Grand Library,
Oh yeah,
Coin had seen a bunch of destroyed, decimated tents.
correct.
Is it similar in damage to
Yes.
that? Okay. Coin's going to, you can even call it a perception check. He's
Sure.
gonna scan the horizons.
Okay. With a 32, in the distance, several miles away, closer to the mountains, you see other tents and small trails of smoke indicating life.
Okay.
Maybe they just broke camp here and kept moving. That would be kind of weird that they just left all their temps abandoned, right? Don't they pick up their stuff and then keep moving?
This
That one-
is how people break a camp.
Yeah,
Or-
it looks like this is how people panic and flee.
Would
Coin
you
would
guys
like
like
to
to
do-
investigate?
Like how people get their
Yes.
camp broken.
Okay. Mr. Coyne, with a 24 investigation, as you approach the tents and you look inside without necessarily entering, you can see skeletons of humans laying within the tents. They're devoid of flesh, skin. There's shreds of clothes all over the tent, on the ceiling, on floor and walls, hair and bits of bone all over the place. It's a ghastly sight, but there's no blood and no meat.
Does it appear scorched
Negative.
inside of the tent? That is
You
what
see
I found
no
peculiar.
fire inside the tent.
Felt like if a dragon came through, there'd be a lot more destruction than just like ripped up tents. It seems like sort of like maybe like ghouls or undead
Yeah, this-
or
This is an unusual form of killing.
something
Yeah.
ethereal.
I'm activating divine sense as I wander around, just in case I pick anything up.
Understood?
All the blood is gone. That's really suspicious because it looks like someone died horribly in here, but like all the blood was just drained away. Saphira, is this anything? Does your history with Masaba give you any insight as to what's going on here?
I mean, this is doesn't seem very much like it. I mean, you'd think you'd think there'd be kind of like blood trails, blood spatters, just kind of remains of blood everywhere. I guess the blood spatters could have been washed away by the wind, or the shifting of the sand. But I mean, like you just see speckles of blood on the tents, and the bodies probably wouldn't be in one piece.
Gotcha. It just looks like something intentionally drained all the blood because there's bone and basically all of the hallmarks of a dead body except for the blood.
Coin, as you look closer at the bones, you can see that there are razor-like scratches all over all of them.
Are the skeletons intact?
No.
Or have they been pulled apart and there's just random bones?
They're
all
they're
over?
not all over the place. The bones are generally in the same area, but they've all been disjointed and broken apart.
Right, it's not just an intact human skeleton.
Correct.
Hmm. Well, if we're gonna go check out that other tribal setup, we might want to, scout ahead before we walk into town. Especially if there's something there. Coin's going to... So how far are we, like, miles-wise?
You're
from-
about 2 miles away from the other tents. You can make it there in the next 30 minutes.
Are there any sort of, like, hills or mountains
Just
along
some
the
dunes.
way?
Some dunes between you and the mountain.
Right. Coin would want to, like, scout it out from high ground, so
Sure.
to speak, without
As you-
detouring too far away.
Yeah, as you get up to the high ground, we've already established you've got a very high perception at the moment. You
Mhm.
see that there are 4 different tents in the distance. One is a dark crimson, one is sand colored with blue trim, one is orange, and another is darker blue in sand.
Any signs of life?
Yes, you see people moving around.
And not in a panic or anything, just going about their business.
They seem efficient, but that jives with the perception you had of the Australian people when you first met them.
Right. Coin's going to give a hand nod in the direction, a hand wave, I should say, indicating that, like, seems clear for us to just approach.
And I guess we could ask them about this place. Do you think that's something? Aren't we gonna ask them about like that vision from ages ago, right?
Well, ideally, they might have a lead on where to find a dragon orb, and we know at least one of them have encountered an orb before. But only way to know is ask if someone's great-great-grandpa told the story. Is kind of the idea.
It's a long shot, but we don't really have many better leads, so.
Unfortunately.
I mean, we do have one lead.
Oh?
Just a matter of when we want to use it.
Do we? Am I familiar with
You're
this lead?
famous.
Oh yeah, I was blocking that one out.
Oh. Yeah. Huh. Yeah.
I'm gonna try my luck with the deboning monsters in the desert first. Coin walks towards
Of course, you got to save dessert for last.
the new tents.
Awesome.
You know, you give me so much shit for swooning on Sageos, yet here you are with Rafinas over there.
Well, we ain't trying to kill Rafinas.
Sometimes
tried
I
to
think
kill
he
us.
tries to kill us, though.
Well, look, if you're trying to kill someone just a little bit, that's just flirting.
It didn't seem like a little bit.
We were fine, weren't we?
Okay.
Because we're stronger.
That can't be the baseline for things.
Besides, that was before we got to know her.
Do we really know her? It's more like she's doing us a favor and we're doing her a favor and we're still being stalked by her.
I mean, close enough.
Yeah, well, sounds about right.
Look, all I'm saying is I just sense a little bit of contradiction.
Ruzid, to be clear, I think I was gonna say the majority, but looking around this group, at least some of this group actively does not support Saphira getting with her, as much as we do not actually support you getting with Sageos.
I'm talking to Saphira only here, not the rest of the group.
Let's split the difference and stop
Let
kissing our
out
enemies.
everybody.
That,
The private
Oh.
conversation.
Alright,
Oh, he's saying this
not
publicly, but
going.
he's addressing Saphira.
Or is it? You'll find I'm full of contradictions.
You're not wrong.
But you're not right either, which is a contradiction.
God damn it, Scotty.
Exactly.
That's a good one.
Right, Coin, lead the way.
Yeah, let's go.
All right, Coin, which of the 4 tents are we headed towards?
I would presume the closest one to us.
The closest one to you. Awesome. So, after a little while, you can find your way to that tent.
Hey, knock knock, Coin says, not knocking on anything. Just sort of yelling from the side of the tent.
You hear a voice from within. Who goes there? Come! Show
Two-toed
yourself.
Coin, and
And you
Go.
see the tip of a bow and arrow peeking out from the tent.
oh, that's not necessary. This is diplomatic, I suppose.
Yeah, I'm not the sort of kill you type of dragon. I'm the sort of just a normal creature trying to talk to you sort of dragon.
You hear, surely you have been flying nearby. The fact you have gone unseen is dangerous to us.
Because I didn't fly.
A
I mean,
dragon
we've been
does not fly. Are you injured?
No, we got here through other means.
keeping it low to the ground.
You can just say teleportation. We teleported here.
Oh, I was trying to be mischievous. Come on. Oh yeah, we teleported. Fine.
So
Yeah,
you are
I'm the one that hits the
wayfinders.
arrow and shoots it.
We are wayfinders, actually.
Damn straight.
You see the tip of the arrow go back into the tent, and a man comes walking out.
I know the words wayfinder and dragon might contradict for you, but I'm actually both of those things.
Truly,
Full of contradictions.
Maybe you're right, Saphira.
truly, a dragon wayfinder in Australia. What is your name? Where do you
What is
hearken
it?
from?
Well, I don't really feel like I have a home at this moment, but my home's with these folks.
These folks.
There's the gestures to the party.
And who are these folks?
They can all introduce themselves.
So suspicious.
They may call me Saphira. He'll take an elaborate bow.
And where do you hearken from, Saphira?
Oh, I hearken from. Oh, let's see. That's where I prefer to hearken from, anyway.
So, you are people with names but no names. You are wayfinders and yet not. It is
We're multifaceted.
multifaceted. Hello, Tati. Where do you hearken from?
Reston.
So you are Tati of Reston. Finally.
No, I'm Tati Rendaya. Of the, well, not the Changemaker anymore. Of the Flight
Or
Risk.
really.
I am confused.
We sail a ship called the Flight Risk.
Well, how about this?
A
Who are you?
ship
A boat on the water.
on the water. Surely you jest.
But
Boats
sometimes it's in
cannot
the
go
air.
upon water.
Oh, you're an inlander.
Indeed. Is
You
there
ever been to
anything
the
else?
shore?
No, one cannot get to the shore. It is a legend.
You might want to update that legend.
We are legends.
All
Well,
right.
the legend comes to you, I guess.
We are legendary.
Perhaps so.
You're welcome.
But I am Temujin of the I am Temujin of the Savage Claw.
Man, that's a cool ass name.
We're the
Indeed.
Savage Club.
The Savage Claw, my tribe. We are recovering from the attacks.
What attacks exactly? You guys seem to have taken a beating if those are your tents over there.
Those are not ours. Those
How
are
many-
of the dull coals.
Soul Coals,
What-
that's
oh,
their
what-
name.
What happened to them?
The drakes came in the night, and they had not sealed their tents appropriately. They had gotten drunk and frolicked in the evening. The drakes entered and killed them.
Oh my.
That's
Where's the rest
unfortunate.
of the
Were the attacks against you also by the Drakes, or were that something else?
They have attempted. We are a small tribe. Me, my wife, a couple of our family.
Mujin, does your tribe happen to have a legend master? Someone who, retains the history of your people?
Goa of the Savage Claw, my wife, does know things of ancient stories. She is quite the storyteller.
No
We're
what?
trying to track down, the descendants, I suppose, of an Australian figure from way back when.
Interesting.
This isn't a lot to go off of, but Coin's going to pull out a piece of paper. As you'll
Okay.
recall, he drew, I believe it was a ring, like a copper ring or a bronze or a brass ring. There was a ring on the finger of the person in the memory of the Stone Chronicles
Wait,
who had observed a dragon, and this somehow related to the orbs, but I don't recall exactly how.
couldn't you give this guy access to the memory? Couldn't you just show him?
Yeah, but I kind of didn't want to like throw him on a trip after 2 minutes of conversation. I was kind of gonna work my way there.
Oh, I mean, yeah, you can give him some heads up.
Coin's gonna start off by showing this drawing of the ring. He has been meticulous about detail, and he's gonna say like, "Is this kind of artisanry, familiar to you? Any tribes craft with this sort of design?"
Many tribes have signets of that type.
Okay, maybe I should give you more to work off of. Coin's gonna fetch out the Stone of Chronicles. This is a semantical question, but can Coin tee up the memory
Nope.
for someone else, and then he has to guide them into the Stone of Chronicles? Like, you have to...
The person has to call up the memory.
Okay, but if Coin knew the exact terms to,
Yep.
to tee it up,
Mm-hmm.
he
You
could
could tell
guide
them
him
what to recover.
Okay. Coin's gonna say, "I'd like to meet your lore master and have them peruse a memory for our inquiry."
Very well. Goa, I believe we are not in danger from these people. Even the dragon seems to be tame.
I have savage claws, but I'm not savage.
He looks at you and narrows his eyes. Are you safe for my wife to be around?
Of course.
Depends. Is she a large, colorful dragon? Because then no.
Shut
Then-
the fuck up.
Then why do you oppose me stating that you are tame?
I didn't oppose anything. I said I have savage claws, but I'm not savage.
He squints at you. Goa, please. And out will come a woman.
So, are you familiar with this type of stone, Goa? Have you seen it before?
A ring. With a... Oh, you're talking about the Stone of Chronicles? I'm sorry?
I mean, Coin's gonna have both of them out.
Yeah.
He's
She looks at the ring. I have not seen this specific design. But I've seen many stones. Pebbles are numerous. They fall from the sky and are parts of the mountains. Do you not have these where you are from?
not that I know of. You said pebbles?
They're like, you don't have rocks. Like they're confused.
Oh. This is okay, so this is a special one. What I need you to do, don't freak out, but I'm going to essentially show you a moment in history. You know, kind of like your imagination. Like imagine an apple spinning, right? You can sort of see it spinning in your head. It's going to be like that, but a lot more vivid. So, I need you to put, and this is safe by the way, put both your hands on this rock and then focus on the phrase that I give you, which is Australian Dragon Orb. Focus deeply on that phrase with your hands on this rock.
And what will
then-
happen?
You will see through the point of view of an Australian ancestor their experience. We're trying to find... Well, I'll explain it more once you've seen it, but this is sort of the hunch that we're chasing down. And he places the rock in front of her, perhaps on a table.
She looks at it. This is magic.
Yeah, that's right.
A wayfinder is asking me to utilize magic.
If you're familiar with, you know, putting your head to the ground and checking a crystal for a vision, it's not entirely dissimilar to that.
Our wayfinders are dead, which is why we are here, to avenge them and recover the artifacts that were stolen.
Well,
You're traveling with no frame of reference?
We have joined forces with the other 3 tribes. There had been the 5th, but they were fools.
I mean, if you need someone to point you in the right direction, it's, as far as I'm aware, it's still possible to become a wayfinder.
You speak of
You
the
know,
fruit of the mountain and fear.
that's the one.
Wait, did you all lose your wayfinders?
We have, which is why we are here to slay the dragons.
hey,
Or the-
hey. Not
Were the
all of them.
wayfinders hunted?
Sorry, repeat that?
Were your wayfinders specifically hunted? How did they perish?
They perished by being upon the ground when the drakes came.
So it was wholly circumstantial. It just seems,
They were targeted.
that's what I was afraid of.
The drakes
Is there a
burrowed
chance-
through the ground, through the sands, and came up underneath. We've taken precautions now in order to protect the underside of our tents.
That's
I
smart.
wonder if we're in danger
What do these drakes
because we
look
are
like?
wayfinders.
You were not in danger during the day. The drakes only come from the mountain at night.
Good to know.
All the same, if you don't mind, just want you to check out a memory and give me,
Roll a persuasion
Second
check,
opinion.
sir. As you're going to
Go
try to ask her to go counter to her culture.
he will do this with advantage.
Okay?
Thanks, Pants. It's a 19.
19? Alright, let's see what she's saying. She is not going to be convinced by that.
Wow. Tell you what, if I could sweeten the deals here somehow, because we're really trying to find this information.
Perhaps you
I can
could
give-
visit one of the other tribes. We are not interested. Unless
Wait.
you have come to assist us with the dragons, we have no use for you.
I was going to give you a cheat sheet for the Fruit of the Mountains, but lucky duck.
Wait, didn't you say
Perhaps
you
we
were
could-
interested in finding a lost artifact?
Indeed. But those are within the dragon's lair.
Well, what if I told you that memory might be a lost artifact that you might want? I don't know if it's your people's or not, but it might be. We might be after the same thing.
I will not betray my people for a potential gain.
What if we
Well, then
could
why
just
don't you tell us a
display?
little bit about alphabet?
Go ahead, Tati.
Well, I just mean, guys, what if we can just communicate what the memory is without having them look in the stone?
It could be communicated, but Coin was specifically trying to say, like, look at this person's memory. Could you deduce who their descendants are based off of their attire, where they are in Estrella? I don't know if a description of the memory will convey that. It will convey, like, the artifact stuff, I suppose.
I don't mean to be judgmental of people that I barely know, but this man doesn't think the coast is a real place. I don't know that he knows too much about anything past these.
Give him a
tents in the
break.
desert.
It's a Plato's cave scenario. He doesn't
I
know
just
what's
mean
out
You're
there.
asking for you know,
A little high level
him to
for them, yeah.
deduce information about the world around him, and I don't think the world is
We
very
aren't
big
asking
around
him. We're asking her.
Well, how about have you either of you? You don't have to. Coin's gonna sweep up the Stone of Chronicles, put it away. Fine. I can respect you maintaining your culture. I just would like to ask a question. I don't think this is, rude. Are you familiar with what a dragon orb is?
Dragon orbs. You mean the eggs from which they hatch?
No, that's
No, it's a
different.
it's a man-made magical instrument. So I know you're thinking when you hear the word instrument, but no, not like a drum, not like a woodwind.
It's
And you
like
know,
mayonnaise either.
Do you mean
No.
the spheres?
that certainly sounds like what I'm thinking of.
The spheres of binding.
Sounds like you're on the
That
money.
sounds very much like we're thinking of.
Describe to me what the spheres of binding do, then we'll see if we're on the same page.
The spheres of binding are the cages for the ancients.
Do they look anything like this? I'm gonna pull out the one we have in our bag.
She looks at you. You are dragon cagers. You are indeed welcome. Come in and feast.
Oh, that was a change of pace.
Inheritors of a, but it's whatever. You could
They
think what
didn't
you
like your stone.
She
But they
raises
like
an
you.
eyebrow at you.
want.
Inheritors?
To be clear, we have slain many a dragon, singular, but this was collected, and we are in the interest of collecting yet another.
We're trying to get it out of the hands of another dragon that isn't nice like me. Let's put it
Bing.
that way.
Bingo.
So, what would you do with the dragon spheres? Collecting the souls of ancient dragons?
We would lure one of the fiercest, most do-baddiest dragons out there into a
Too bad.
snare and do away with him.
Which dragon would you do away with? And who determines evil and good?
We do, and it's Sagaeos.
This dragon's distinctly known for
From
doing
the
a
other
lot.
order, actually.
There's a lot of pros and cons we're weighing, and there's a lot more cons with this guy.
Kind of a jerk.
Kind of a jerk.
Isn't
But
that-
again, maybe we could help you with your dragon problem if you can assist us with our orb search.
Sizen's gonna help them with a dragon problem.
We're all in this together, right, guys?
Well, if we already have the orb that we have right now, don't we already have the tools to help them deal with the dragon problem? Like, can we go to a good location to fight and then just
yeah,
activate
technically
the orb?
we could.
Yeah, almost assuredly.
We just don't know how many are going to show up.
Sure, let's hope it's not more than we can handle.
It's a need-to-know basis who we're targeting, but rest assured, as a party of wayfinders primarily, it is only for the good of the land itself and the people on the land.
And what would you have of us?
I would have you live peacefully, traveling without issue, without, getting eaten.
So, what would you have us do? How would
Simply-
we help you?
Information's king, Anything you've heard about these spheres of binding, rumors of where they've been last seen, maybe even where these local dragons tend to hang out, where they keep their stuff, cough, cough.
Well, I know little of them other than there were 3 long ago, held by the dragon Sagaeos, as you have stated.
Mm-hmm.
However, the other tribes here would know more of the details. They would have a greater interest in history, for they are not warriors like we are. They are scholars.
Right.
Have we ever heard of any scholars in all of Australia?
In Australia, you have heard
That's what
of wayfinders and people who are more interested in different aspects of life. These people, based off of their dress and their tent and the decorations around, are basically just fighters. You did meet some people who were interested in cooking and doing various other things when you came and visited the tribe of the Slashing Winds.
Which
Like I
one
said,
of these?
there's no written language. There's no
Right.
like history.
Well,
That's
there's
recorded
history,
here.
but it's
I feel like
an
a
oral
scholar could
history.
be word of. Yeah, it could be word of mouth. It would just become more inaccurate with time since it's an imperfect copy. So which one of these tents would contain your scholars?
If you were seeking the stories of the dragon orbs, I would recommend visiting the Flickering Fire or the Evening Sky.
Flickering fire.
Well, I like the second one.
Are these? Are these? You said you've merged with other tribes. Are you all?
No, we have not merged. We are working with them temporarily in order to slay the
Oh.
dragons in the cave.
Are you all residing here?
Temporarily.
Wait, is there a name for the dragon in the cave?
We do not know it. It shimmers and shines like metal.
Okay, but not like a rainbow.
No.
That's
What
important.
color?
Silver.
Silver.
Mithril.
So, you already determined to slay this dragon anyways. What's the interest in teaming up with us anyways in like a bit larger assault of some kind?
As to our interest to help you, only should
Well-
you help us.
We have the orb, right? So, as I said earlier, we could potentially lure out whatever this creature is to whatever location we want them to be. We could set up a trap or whatever. I don't know what your forces are looking like, but
We are
it could be a
limited,
potential option.
but we will die to avenge our tribe.
I think you should follow your warrior spirit as you see fit. With that in mind, we present an opportunity to lure out these drakes or this mithril beast plaguing you, or a onslaught of both your tribes and our own at the
You mean
same time.
onslaught?
Onslaught, that's the word.
We wish to lure the beast here using the caged dragon.
Maybe not here, but you know, near here.
A favorable place to fight.
We have a favorable place to fight. We have cornered them within a cave.
And that cave doesn't have a back door.
It does not have any doors.
Coin gets on his knees, pushes his face into the sand, and then screams. It's muffled.
He's just doing a little bit of wayfinding. Don't mind him.
Yeah. Wayfinding.
She looks at you and is patient. And
After 3 or 4 seconds, he stands back up silently.
We've killed dragons before. Another one should not be difficult, especially if we have your additional support.
very well.
Exactly. What's the worst that can happen?
We could all
Oh,
die
don't say
horribly
that.
like
Yeah.
the dull
You
coals.
just ruined it. It was going so well.
Like you didn't just say that it wouldn't be difficult.
Well, that's just an objective statement. Asking what's the worst that could happen is inviting trouble.
Hey, by the way, we still don't have the Chrononacrum key for 2 days. Just thought I'd remind everyone.
Well, as long as the cave doesn't cave in on us, then we'll probably be fine.
Having a dragon upon our side to slay the silver ones would be beneficial. Can you convince him to work with us?
I'm already in. I was the one who first proposed this idea.
Yeah, I'll do it. I'll see what I can do.
Wait, here, let's play this one out, Coin. Ask me.
Mighty Green Dragon, we request your assistance in slaying one of your non-brother brothers. Will you aid us?
Oh, humble peon, I will aid you in your fight, for I am so merciful and gracious.
See, that's the Sea Toad Coin special. Anyone else, this guy would shut him down and eat him, gobble him up. But you got me in your ring.
Roll your
You're
deception check, sir.
I felt like he was being honest, but I'm still gonna roll it.
You can roll They can tell that you're lying and that this is a mockery, but that's fine.
I get the point.
Yeah, they're more interested in the fact you're going to help them kill the dragon. They don't really care how much of an asshole you guys are being.
My favorite type of NPC.
These two are very practical.
So, what are we looking like in terms of numbers exactly? Obviously, you two are capable fighters, but I mean,
We will do
some of
our
the other
best.
guys you said aren't. Is it just going to be you two?
We've done well so far. We've only lost 30 people.
30 out of what total?
That's a how
Yes.
many?
That's what I'm
32.
asking.
32. Oh,
They're all
Wonderful.
dead. Oh. Well, you two are the ones who are alive, so you must be the best.
We have been fortunate.
survivorship bias right there.
How long will it take to get in contact with the other tribes?
They're
I
simply
think
there.
the other tents right around us.
Yeah, they're a quarter mile away. You guys can easily walk to them.
All right. We are on the clock because we have maybe a week until the battle with Sigeos.
Yeah, this
So I
may.
think we should be counting the days at this point.
It's sounding like. Would you be prepared for a raid tonight? An onslaught on the cave?
We would not recommend going at night. We would do so during the day, though.
Well, perhaps a morning onslaught then.
Yeah, fighting
The
in the
morning
night
is
is
better.
definitely favorable for me, and probably for the dragon in there.
Can we go today? Is there anything stopping us from launching the attack within hours?
Not particularly.
Perhaps
We only
the-
need.
Perhaps
Half
the
an
other
hour.
tribes, for they may be represented as sluggards.
Well, didn't you say that they weren't warriors anyways? How much of a help would they even be in the fight?
None, but they would try.
Well, we only
I'm
need,
really
like-
in the business
Honestly-
of getting people slaughtered who had no chance anyways. So
We can leave right
better
after
do
this.
it ourselves.
Conversation. We just need to talk to the other tribes about. We want to know what we're getting into. There's obviously a storyteller there might know more about how these dragons live.
Yeah, we want to see, because we're hoping that in return for this task, we'll get some knowledge about the dragon binders, the orbs of binding. And so we'd want to ask them first if they'd be able to help us in return.
Since we're on the clock, how about half of us run over to the Flaming Fire tribe and the other half run over to the Twinkling Night tribe and get the stories?
I'll flip a
That
coin.
seems like as good a plan as any.
Tell you which one I'm going to. Heads is the terrifying one, and tails is the calm one.
Yeah, there's 3 of them that you have not visited. You have the flickering fire, the evening sky, and the steadfast stone.
I don't believe steadfast stone sounds relevant though to the information we're looking for.
100% valid.
We will
But
let
I'm just
them-
jumping through the hoop of telling
Yeah,
you that
yeah.
they're there.
Mine's gonna go to the
We may
evening.
want to,
What's
we may want
call
to
it?
send, one person over there just because why not?
Be my guest.
So, I assume you two are gonna stay behind here and get ready. Is that right?
Get ready now. We were about to depart and assault the cave.
Be on standby. We'll return and give everyone the go-ahead.
Should we check to
Yes.
see if they're actually capable of going in with us?
They're capable, but roll an insight check.
Hit them.
Yeah, I don't really.
I think it would
trust
be
them. That's not-
insight.
Everyone else died.
Insight check or attack roll, your choice.
Yeah, your choice, Jason. With a
And that's
19,
right?
if they go in there, they're gonna die.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was afraid of.
That's what they were planning on. I don't understand what the problem is.
Yep.
Just because
Yeah,
people are
it'd be-
planning on doing things doesn't mean you should let it happen. Point in case, look at everything Saphira does.
It
Wait,
would
what?
be insulting to them to
Hey, wait a
tell them
second.
tell them no. If they want to come with us, I mean, maybe we could try
Think about-
and shield them during the fight somehow. But
Think about this. If they go in there and they live, they're going to get so much XP. They're going to jump straight to level 3, and they're going to be legends to their people.
There you
Oh
go.
no, they're
You're gonna
easily
jump-
level 5.
Okay, well then
Yeah.
at least level 6.
They're probably not gonna get one shot. Hey, that's
They're
pretty good.
probably going to get one shot.
Oh, maybe by the breath weapon.
Well,
Probably not by an attack or two.
Hey, put them on like range support and healing. And then
What if we? Do you think if we propose to them, having them like guard the front, or is that too insulting still?
Just let them do their thing. They want to die by the dragon's
I think
breath. That's their
we
thing.
ask them to fend off the stone golems outside, and we just make some snowman style golems with rocks that we find lying
okay,
around.
that sounds like a huge waste of time.
Honestly, listen. I'm
Good
not
idea.
saying I should like summon something for them to fight. It's kind of tempting.
It's a stone
All right,
golem.
Sizen will guard our allies, and we'll run and get some stories.
Coin walks to the evening sunset or whatever.
Okay,
Who's gonna be with coin for sure?
cool. So you're going to the Tribe of the Evening Sky.
That's
Awesome.
the one.
So we go to the Tribe of the Evening Sky. Their tent looks like this. Nice.
Good trim.
And again, these are all in fairly close proximity to each other.
Knock knock. Coin says approaching.
As you're approaching, 2 people will come out.
Oh god, do they only have 2 people in each one of these tents?
They do have 2 people in each one of these tents.
This is really depressing.
Yeah, there's 8 people going to take on this entire cave of dragons, and only
Yeah.
2 of them are warriors.
And they're also all separate. They're totally not the same tribe. They're all 2 people individually. That's a
In-
tribe.
They're all clones of each other.
Hi, this dragon is friendly. Before you freak out, you can pet it if you want.
Pet a
It's nice to
dragon.
be pet
I would
sometimes.
gladly take the opportunity. I would relish the opportunity to pet such a devilish creature.
Have at it.
Wizard lowers his head.
He comes up to you and will pet your face.
But
I've
you
done
will
it.
not cut the ground.
I have touched the dragon.
Now that we're on good terms, I am a, traveling inquirist. We're trying to find some history on the dragons nearby, and the artifacts that they keep.
Oh, yes.
How much do you know about, old Cavey over there?
Of the cave. Oh, much.
Okay.
The cave has been there for a very long time. It is dangerous and filled with a dragon and its whelplings. Its whelps like to burrow beneath the sands and come up beneath tents to slay those within, consuming their flesh and blood and leaving scars and bones strewn about.
Why
Why?
do like an insight check at what a whelpling is?
A whelpling?
Whelpling.
Sure. Whelpling is just a small dragon. Baby dragon.
You know
Gotcha.
what a whelpling is, Coin? Come on.
I don't cry. I don't across a lot of puppy mills. No.
Many whelps, handle it.
Okay, well, more particularly, do you know anything of the dragon in there? Where it hails from in Australia?
It hails from the
Geographically?
cave itself. We have chased it to its lair. It has artifacts from all the tribes within. It and its spawn come and steal, collecting food and flesh for its own gains.
Oh my. Have you caught sight of, how this dragon attacks? What sort of, what does it breathe?
It
Fire?
breathes metal. Shards and slivers of metal. And he will hold out what looks like a good 6-inch long needle and hand it to you.
Coin's gonna inspect it. I'm assuming it's just like a sharp and/or blunt object, but doesn't have a property of
Are you
damage to
familiar
it.
with the term flechette?
I'm not.
They are essentially nose-heavy points of metal.
Wow.
In
dart.
ancient times, they're it's basically like a dart. In ancient times, they loaded them into a variety of explosives, treated them as shrapnel. During the Vietnam War,
Right.
they were dropped out of airplanes and reached terminal velocity as just projectiles.
Sazen, kind of sounds like if we go in there, you're gonna just eat 1,000,000 of these.
I mean,
Does he
it
consume
depends on the
metal?
melee thing.
Pardon me, but are you an elf?
Last I checked, or at least a type of one.
I have never heard the stories of the elves that eat metal. Please tell me, how did you learn to do this?
The urge to lie is immense. I don't actually eat metal, but here, look what happens. Go ahead and throw it nearish me. Try and just throw it as though you're gonna hurt someone with it.
He throws it, and he throws it at you, and it goes and hits you.
All right, now throw it over at Coin. I'm gonna stand right next to Coin. I'll pass it back to them first.
Okay. He throws it at the grung, and it bends in midair. Sorcery.
Yeah, bit of a curse, but in some ways it's a blessing,
You are cursed, and you brought the curse within our tent. Does the
It's
curse
not-
affect everything? And he picks up a bread roll and throws it. Thunk.
It's not contagious.
Yeah, it's very much a me thing.
Strange. How did you come by such a curse? I am curious, as I wish to tell the stories of this elf who attracts things that fly.
Well, okay, so I originally had it from a shield that I was willingly carrying. And then we met with the Fey Lord of Time, who took it off the shield and put it on me with a little bit of an extra curse. And in return, we got some help saving our friend who was a blood god. It's kind of a long story, actually.
Yeah, it
I would
really
love
has
to
a lot
hear
of
it.
twists and turns.
Well, listen, I'd be happy to tell you the story. But first, we were actually looking to A, maybe clear out some dragons here, and B, there was something we were looking for. If you could help us, any information for that, try and help us discover where it is, or if you know anything about it, maybe we could tell you the story in return.
What do you seek?
A spear of binding.
A dragon
I'll take
cage.
out, yeah, I'll take out the orb as well.
We know much of these. What would
You
you like
tell.
to know?
Everything.
Yeah, everything you know, but specifically, really, we're looking to see if we can find any more of them, because it would really assist us with a battle we have coming up.
Finding one. You have found one. There are but 3.
Well, there used to be more, but even if there were only 3, even finding more than just this one would be helpful.
The
I
three
think
are of
having it
legend.
is what we need.
And he looks at it. I have not seen one in person. I only know of the legends. The legends that Sageos captured 3 dragons for his own purposes.
Yeah, have you heard the story of how they are made?
Indeed. Ah, I'm sorry. I forgot myself out of the excitement of petting a dragon for the first time. I am Emlig of the Evening Sky.
I'm Rizid.
Hello, Emlik. I'm Coin.
And this is my wife, Nagui.
You're a lot more accommodating of dragons than the other tribe. Why so?
Should I die, my story will be told. That is all that matters. We are not immortal unlike you.
I'm
When
not
we
immortal
die-
either.
When we die, all that remains is the stories that we tell.
True.
True.
So,
Not a believer in the soul, huh?
the soul.
Yeah. You know, the metaphysical concept that your physical form isn't the entirety of yourself. There's also sort of like a spiritual form.
A spiritual form of this flesh? No. When we die,
this
we
feels
die.
feels like maybe advanced calculus for the kids still learning subtraction, but like I'm not saying your beliefs are wrong, just inquiring to whether you knew. But now I know.
Do you know that there is a soul?
Not particularly. I mean, it gets kind of messy because technically we brought people back from the dead, which heavily implies that there is clearly like a non-physical form, right? But I couldn't say for sure what that form is. I don't know if those are souls. They could be like a totally different thing.
Well, there's definitely something you need to pull back when people die if you're resurrecting them.
How does one resurrect one?
Lots of powerful magic. I don't really get it, but I've seen it done.
Ah, Wayfinder things. I understand that I do not understand. They
Yeah,
say
me
that that
neither.
is the beginning of wisdom.
So true.
I mean, it is possible to learn how to do magic, but it requires years and years of study.
Indeed.
Uh,
And fear is in the mountain.
That it is.
Well, I guess you don't really know much more about where these orbs might be. You just kind of have.
I
to
have
imagine
not.
that-
I have not stated that whatsoever.
Oh,
Do you know where the orbs might be?
May I tell you the story?
I would love to hear it.
tell us.
Long ago, the great dragon Sageos, hallowed be his name, revered amongst many as the ruler of Australia. He took,
So he was a good guy once.
of course,
See, I knew he had some good in him. Okay, go on.
the great
Chip
dragon.
Theseus.
Never heard of propaganda, huh?
I do not understand.
Stop interrupting.
Sorry, don't let us interrupt. Please continue.
Sorry for interrupting the story. I just got really excited.
Where we're from, it's polite to interrupt a story because that implies investment.
Yeah, I'm really invested right now.
Understood. Long ago, Sageos fashioned 3 orbs. One of those, I believe, is the one that you hold. The sphere, this dragon's cage. Sageos, the prismatic betrayer, was once a mortal wizard of immense intellect and ambition. He had long studied the magic of dragons, desiring not only to learn their secrets but to become one of them. Through forbidden rituals, he ascended to draconic form, becoming a shifting, prismatic dragon after his exit from the library of the Dragon's Horn. When he entered, he was normal. But when he exited, he was changed, prismatic, and shining as the rainbows of the sky. His scales constantly changed colors, reflecting the elemental and magical powers that he wielded. His mind, however, remained as cunning and as treacherous as it was in his human days. He was once a traveler like us. He used this intelligence to deceive and ensnare both good and evil dragons for his own purposes. Zagreus did not seek balance, nor did he care for the moral conflicts of the world. He was driven solely by his lust for power, and his greatest strength lay in his ability to manipulate the desires and weaknesses of others. Now, when Zagreus fashioned the orbs, he approached 3 dragons and manipulated them to his own aims in order to subject them to the soul chalice, a cursed relic designed to entrap the very life forces that he needed in order to maintain his form.
You've heard of a soul chalice, but you don't know what a soul is?
The soul chalice is simply the name of a thing.
Okay, continue.
The life forces were drained and contained within the orbs. The 3 dragons were Thalzir, the Devourer of Worlds. I'll put his name in chat for you here. Auralindra, the Heart of Light, was the second. And the last... Oh, where's his name? Oindrus, the Life Taker. These 3 dragons, Zagreus manipulated and bent into subjecting themselves to the orbs, to the spheres, to be caged. He betrayed their trust and uses their power now to maintain balance within all of Australia, to rule the other dragons and ensure that the people of Australia are protected. His powers have waned as of late. The dragons now roam free. Thus, our tribes have been decimated, destroyed, and we are here to seek vengeance upon those who did it. Would you
Are we
like...
producing...
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Do you believe that this binding of a dragon can only be done by a being as powerful as Zagreus, or could, anyone take a crack at it?
I do not know. I simply tell the legends as we have been told. We practice them from childhood in order to ensure that we do not misplace a single word.
Wait a second. If we have the soul of one of these dragons in this orb, maybe we could bring them back with like a wish or something? Maybe they could actually help us against Zagreus. It would be risky, but...
It's possible, but I don't know if we want to resurrect the Devourer of Worlds or the Life Taker. The Heart of Light, maybe?
Heart of Light guy sounds pretty nice. Maybe that's
If
what
I
we
had to-
have.
If I had to pick one, Auralindra seems like the least risky.
Do you know about the nature of any of these 3 dragons?
We do. We were taught very much about this. Let us start with Thalzir, the Devourer of Worlds. or he was my favorite when I was young. Thalzir was a colossal black and crimson dragon, whose very presence radiated a corrupting force upon the land. They say that the sands of Australia once teemed with life, grass and plants, greenery that once flowed over all the mountains, was destroyed by his presence, now only residing at the oases. His hunger was insatiable, both for power and destruction. Thalzir wielded dark magic, channeling it through his breath weapon, which spewed a torrent of acidic death that could melt steel and stone alike. The entirety of what they called cities crumbled beneath his wings, and the lands he touched were turned into barren wastelands. Those which we walk now, lifeless and cursed. Thalzir, known as the Devourer of Worlds, sought to plunge the world into eternal darkness, feeding on the lifeblood of Toivoa itself. His lair was in the remains of a shattered continent off the coast of Australia, surrounded by jagged spires of dead earth, where he plotted the end of all living things. The place was called Shalosh. Thalzir, blinded by his own greed, took the bait. And when the ancient evil dragon reached Sageos' mountain, he discovered too late that there was a trap. Sageos, who at the time had already ascended into his draconic form, approached Thalzir, not with brute force, but with deception. Using his immense magical knowledge, Sageos crafted an illusion, a false prophecy foretelling Thalzir's eternal reign, but only if the great dragon first bathed in a pool of primordial essence located deep within a distant mountain. This essence, Sageos claimed, would grant him the power to devour not just worlds, but time itself, and the great dragon Zarud. However, when Thalzir approached the mountain, Sageos had disguised the mountain as a massive draconic orb, luring Thalzir into its core. As the Devourer of Worlds attempted to consume the essence, his form was torn apart and imprisoned within the orb, the sphere, the draconic cage, his soul trapped there in eternal hunger. Sageos kept the orb, feeding off of its dark power to strengthen his own magic.
That was your favorite.
Of course, the treachery and deception that was used, should he ever be released, he would wreak havoc upon all of the other dragons. He was the greatest of them. And
what about people?
And the goodness of Sageos captured him and prevents him from wreaking havoc upon us anymore. It was a great story. Do you not agree?
Pretty good.
Truly enlightening.
One thumbs up.
Okay, not the dragon we'd want to wish out of the orb, but interesting to know about.
What about Aralindra?
They seem kind of nice.
Auralindra, the Heart of Light. Auralindra was the polar opposite of Thalzir, a magnificent golden dragon whose radiance was said to rival the god dragon herself, Amaria Rosie. Her breath was a beam of pure, holy light, capable of healing the most grievous of wounds and purging even the darkest magics. Auralindra was revered as a guardian of the realms. Her presence was a symbol of hope and life. She was a protector of nature, and her lair was hidden within the sacred forests, ancient collections of things they called trees, where the spirits of the land flourished, Jatikam, Kashana, and Shalon. Orlindra had long opposed the forces of darkness, leading the charge against the evils that threatened the world, Thalsir at their head. Her wisdom was renowned, and her compassion for all living things was limitless. Her very existence was a beacon of light in a world beset by shadows. Sagaeos knew that Orlindra's strength came from her unwavering belief in the goodness of others. Thus, in order to contain her power and to use it towards his righteous goals, he devised a plan to exploit her noble heart. Posing as a tormented and cursed mortal dragon, Sagaeos approached Orlindra in a form that shifted between vibrant and muted tones, pleading for salvation. He claimed to be a victim of Thalsir's dark magic, cursed to slowly fade from existence unless Orlindra could sacrifice a part of her divine essence to save him. Moved by Sagaeos' tale of woe, and believing his fabricated story, Orlindra offered part of her own life force to break the quote-unquote curse. However, when she did so, Sagaeos revealed his true nature. Her selfless act weakened her, and before she could react, Sagaeos struck, and using powerful binding spells, infused into a golden orb crafted for this very moment, the soul cage, the chalice of souls, the sphere of caging.
Just to be clear, she wasn't like a greenish gold, was she?
I have never seen green gold.
Rizid looks at the orb that we currently have and is trying to
it's-
think
it's
about it
very
compared to
green.
the. Oh, it's green. Okay.
It's green. It is not at all. Coins. I'm making a joke, but it is like emerald green, as I
Well,
recall.
looks like we don't have that one, and we
Just
don't have
to check.
Thalsir's, so that must
Thalsir.
be Owindra's.
Yeah, Thalsir, was he put in the black and crimson orb?
I do not know.
Okay, just wondering if you did know.
Okay, let's hear about the last one. Or Indris?
Do allow me to finish the story.
Oh,
As
Go on.
Orlindra attempted to escape, her light dimmed, and Sagaeos sealed her within the orb, her brilliance reduced to a faint glimmer trapped inside. Sagaeos now possessed both the essence of darkness from Thalsir and the light of Orlindra, becoming more and more powerful as he fed off of the imprisoned energies of these two ancient dragons. He continued to shift his colors at will, prismatic and malevolent, wielding the power of both destruction and creation with his captured prizes. But his hunger was not sated.
uh-oh.
In
I
his
think I know
hunger,
where this one goes.
he sought the power of life and death, and so sought out Owindras, the Life Taker. His name was synonymous with death itself. His breath was a necrotic force that could drain the life form of entire battlefields, leaving only shriveled husks of the living behind. Owindras had no interest in riches or ruling kingdoms. He thrived on death and destruction, feeding off the life force of his victims to extend his own unnatural existence. He came from the stars. His lair, within an active volcano surrounded by seas of molten rock, was a place of rot and despair in southern Australia, where even the stones whispered of the souls consumed by the dragon's hunger. Sagaeos, now a prismatic dragon after his ascension from wizardry, was drawn to Owindras not because of the Life Taker's sheer power, but because of the unique, deathly magic that fueled his immortality. Sagaeos desired this power to complete his collection of captured dragons, from which he could draw the most potent magical essences. Knowing that Owindras could not be overwhelmed by force, Sagaeos crafted an elaborate plan of deception. He understood that Owindras' only desire was to extend his existence indefinitely, feeding on the souls around him. Sagaeos presented himself as an emissary of the afterlife. Fiction. A lie that Oindras believed, much like you. A spectral, shifting figure who claimed to serve an even greater force of death. Appearing in a form that flickered between spectral gray and ghostly blue, Sagaeos promised Oindras the secret to eternal and limitless power over even death itself. Sagaeos presented Oindras with a powerful artifact he had created, the Soul Chalice, which we spoke of before. A cursed relic designed to entrap the very life forces Oindras craved. Sagaeos convinced the Life Taker that this chalice would allow him to drain not just the lives of mortals, but also the very essences of other dragons, gods, and eternal beings, gaining their traits for himself. Oindras, already tempted by Sagaeos' promise, saw this as his ultimate ascension, a way to become a being beyond even death itself. It is said that this power is now held by one far to the west, one called Don Ricardo. Sagaeos lured Oindras to the Shadowfell, a plane of existence where death and shadow intertwined. There, the prismatic dragon spun an elaborate ritual, claiming that the chalice needed to be filled with the lifeblood of the plane itself to activate its power. Oindras eagerly participated, siphoning the essence of the land into the chalice, siphoning that of Jatikam, Shalon, and Kashana. Oindras was unaware that Sagaeos was using the ritual to bind him to the artifact itself and to drain the powers of the spirits for his own gain. As Oindras channeled his necrotic energy into the chalice, Sagaeos subtly shifted his form, colors flashing through hues of blood red and black as he invoked the hidden enchantments within the chalice and those of the other orbs. In that moment, the chalice acted not as a source of power for Oindras, but as a prison. Sagaeos revealed his true intent, shifting into his full prismatic form with scales glowing in countless shifting colors, and recited a spell that reversed the flow of necrotic energy. Instead of absorbing power, the chalice began draining Oindras' own life force, pulling his essence into the orb hidden inside the chalice. Oindras, realizing the betrayal too late, roared in fury and desperation, unleashing his deathly breath in all directions. But it was all futile, for the powers that Sagaeos had gained in the library proved to be his savior. His immense power turned inward, siphoned into the orb as Sagaeos completed the incantation. The once mighty Life Taker, who had claimed the lives of thousands, was now reduced to a swirling mist inside the orb, his powers locked away for eternity.
And just to be clear, Oindras, was he green?
No,
Was it green?
he was
Then who the
black
hell's in this?
and
To be fair,
red.
this might not be one of his. Don't forget, other people made these, but they were lost to time.
Wait, so could this be the fourth or the fifth one?
I mean, honestly, we could try to attune to it and see if it can communicate with us. But I think other
you should
people
do
also
that.
made Dragon Lord.
Not it. Nose goes.
I'm not touching that thing.
Corn puts his hand on his nose.
I feel
Well-
like it's particularly vulnerable to it. Maybe you'd like try to suck me inside of it. That'd be really bad. I don't want to be
Look-
trapped in that thing.
We can discuss it with the group.
Well, we know for sure that this is not one of the three that are documented in history.
And if we can find
How
that
do you know
orb
that for
Aura
sure?
Witcher's-
Yeah, we don't actually know that.
I mean, we don't know it, but I was kind of presuming none of these dragons sound to have green scales and it's green. So
Well, one of the orbs was described as gold, but then also something about the color fading. The other orbs, I don't think we got any color description for. So really, any
why
of
would
the
it
three.
fade to green? It wasn't unless they were a copper dragon. I don't see why it would turn green.
Well, the orb itself could have been a color.
And Coin Dude, this might even be an Arcana check for Bryn, to be
Sure.
honest, but he wants to do some kind of check on, like, is that how it works for these orbs? Do they change? Like, fading to me implies it's gonna go gray or brown or like a neutral color, not to a completely different color.
Let's roll your Arcana
Yeah.
check.
Sure, because I agree with Coin. Nothing fades and becomes nothing
Right.
fades and becomes green.
I do agree that it's very unlikely that this is.
So with a 32, things don't fade and become brighter. That's not how fading works.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
you can at least know that this is not the one of Arlindra. As far as the others, it could be either one of them, or it might be another dragon orb for someone who you don't know.
Did we catch the color of the dragon that Oendros the Life Taker was, Coin?
You did not.
I did hear a description of that.
Because we know Thalzir was red and black.
Right.
Arlindra was gold.
That's all we got. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oendros's color is not listed.
Like, if I had to guess, it also sounds like a black dragon or something along those lines, but that's truly just a guess.
Do you know of what Sageos has in his possession today? Have you heard tales of, him coming out here and using any of the orbs?
The orbs have not been seen until you brought one forth. Sageos rules the land and ensures that we remain alive. Now that his powers have waned, the dragons have attacked. They are rulerless. They say that Sageos is imprisoned upon an island far to the south.
We did that, I think, or maybe.
Yeah. Maybe we shouldn't tell the people the Guardian is locked up because of us.
No, I'm not. No, I'm saying this in the Discord. I'm not there.
Oh, okay. Cool.
Yeah, no, obviously I'm not going to say it to their faces.
You.
But I think our Shalon. Hang on. Oendros created the three spirits of Australia. Jatikam.
Didn't create, he was
Shalom.
draining them.
Yeah, he was
Sorry?
sort of siphoning their energy.
He was siphoning their energy, not creating them.
Yeah, I think
Who was
that's why.
siphoning their energy?
Oendros was siphoning their energy into himself.
No, sorry, not Oendros. Didn't Arlindra create them?
She did not create them.
I must have misheard that.
Yeah, I'm
detail.
sorry.
But no, that would I had
A thing.
connection that if Arlindra created the three spirits, that might be part of why Shalon hates
Oh.
Sageos so much.
No,
But,
she hates Sageos so much because he imprisoned her. She told you that, and the fact
Yes.
that he actively drained the spirits' energies,
Well,
which you just found out.
yes, Shalon. So Shalon might be the reason why Sageos is trapped to the extent that if he does control these other dragons, that might be a connection. So we're not responsible for that, but we did ask Shalon to keep him there. And if we go there and kill him, that would imply that whatever power over the dragons would probably vanish completely. So
I don't think
I
it's.
mean,
To me, it sounds like it's not that hard to imprison a dragon. It almost seems like if we really can't find one, maybe we just. Sounds like there's a lot of evil dragons around. We could just, kind of catch one in a net, so to speak.
I don't think we should be trying to make additional dragon orbs. These things, even with the evil dragons, seem incredibly cruel, if we're being honest.
Yeah, and
I'll
one of the
disagree.
dragons wasn't. I mean, Aralindra wasn't evil, was she?
I would
No,
be.
it sound like it.
We gotta find Oralindra's orb and free her. That's gotta
I'm
be like
in-
a side quest.
Yeah, I'm
That
in
is
favor.
absolutely an option. And
I agree.
High
because, hang on,
probability we run into it at his
we
lair.
have we have a lead on one of the other orbs, correct? It's Rafinus. Or do we also have a lead on the third one?
Well, if I were a betting worm, I would probably bet that Rafinus probably has Oralindra's orb, and Sageos has Thalazir's orb. Because I think that Sageos is the type to want to siphon off dark magic more.
Honestly, it's 50-50. I feel like, again, has been siphoning off both. And maybe it's even he has the healing dragon, and so he can't use its power to break out of this embargo he's under. But if he had the one with the destroying dragon, he would be able to break out. It's entirely possible that the different orbs have different abilities.
Wait, then couldn't our orb do some cool shit then?
I'm still
Well-
thinking this orb wasn't made by Sageos, which might mean even that it's an inferior form or something like that.
Yeah, there's several possibilities here. The orb could belong to Oendros the Life Taker, or even Thalzir, although why a black and red dragon would turn into a green orb, who knows? But we've also heard legends that there were originally 5 orbs and not 3. And keep in mind that neither source that we've heard from is the guaranteed ground truth. Legend lore tells of what the legends say, and the information that we're getting from the Austrian lore keepers is indigenous knowledge passed down through hundreds or thousands of years, and is probably a different source than what legend lore is telling us. Firstly, because they're telling us 2 slightly different things, and also because it's likely, we don't know exactly how legend lore works, but it probably goes based off of numbers, like what more people think, and I would guess that fewer people have access to the indigenous knowledge of the Austrian tribes. And so the truth is probably some combination of the 2, or perhaps one is right and the other is wrong.
What if
But
we
yeah,
made
that's
a
all just a long-winded way of saying we still don't know what the green orb is.
What if we made a fake
Honestly-
orb? Like it
Interesting.
not a real
What would
one.
we do then?
It would
What would
have
we
no
do?
value. But if we could find a way to convince Sageos that it was real, maybe the threat of someone else having 2 would be enough to get him, like, to bluff him. He's gonna freak
Bluff
out and be
him,
like,
I-
"Oh, they have a second
guess-
one. What do I do? I have to deal with this. He can't leave it be."
Well, he can't leave the island anyway. He's stuck there until we go there and kill him. And besides, he was involved in the making of the orbs in both versions of the legend, which means that I think the odds that we could fool him into thinking we have one, and have an additional one when we don't, are none.
Just a backup idea in case, this road doesn't lead to a 5th one being found. With that in mind, seems like our best lead is, cowering in a cave nearby.
Yeah, and at the very least, we can take care of the problem facing these people, because let's face it, they're all going to die otherwise.
Oh yeah, 100.
And it's possible we learned something about if these dragons have a connection to Sageos.
Maybe we could interrogate
Maybe.
that dragon.
Honestly, yeah.
To parlay. Depends on the type of vibe. If he's the type of I want to live, then he might actually negotiate or talk to us.
Hopefully, it's more articulate than the last one.
One was lame.
We appreciate the help, kind Lord Masters.
We
Um,
enjoy
in-
sharing stories. In exchange for our stories, though, we ask that you tell us a story.
I believe I did promise the story of the curse and all that came with it, which really is just all of our stories here. Now, to actually tell that story in character would require a significant amount of time, which we don't really have as players.
Okay.
Well, here's an idea. Why don't you promise them the story of how we slew the dragon in the nearby cave? Because that's kind of what we promised the other two survivors, is that we would help them slay the dragon. So
I admittedly told these people I'd tell them the story behind how I got the curse, which is just for me the story of hanging out with you guys.
Yep. So all we have to do is go back and watch episode so and so.
Yeah, just go from episode. Oh, actually, I only have the numbers from when I started, so I don't know what the technical number is. My session 1 to my session 45.
Okay. I know that Jordan's probably sitting there going Control F.
Here, I got a story for you, and this is gonna.
Somewhere in my 361-page notes document.
I've got the granddaddy story right here, and it's gonna pay you with interest. You're never gonna hear a story like this again. Coin reaches into his pocket. You hear a little bit of jingling. His right arm full arcs outward towards the table in front of us. 2 coins smash into it. They begin dancing in a spiral together. The pattern changes. They somehow reverse their direction. One of the coins slows down, starts circling towards the middle. It falls over. The other coin, still going at full speed in a circle, goes around in a circle. This fallen coin. It starts to pick up speed. The one still moving. Somehow the coin that's fallen starts spinning in place. Spins more and more, and suddenly it pops back up. It's standing again and spinning in place while the other rolls around it. They both return to his hand. Then he winks at the nomads.
They look at you in amazement. That was quite impressive.
Good story, right?
Indeed. And Justin, you can gain inspiration for your description of a Beyblade episode.
It really was, wasn't it? Yeah.
I didn't catch that.
It came from somewhere. I just didn't
For
know
those
where.
of you who never watched the Beyblade show, I think that was
Let her
like
rip.
the finale of season 1.
It might have been.
Yeah.
I was more of a Yu-Gi-Oh kid, but
Well, that
I
too.
I had a Beyblade, that's for sure.
Dude, I watched all those things. I'm such a nerd. I think you can still buy them at Walmart.
Probably. I doubt they're making the money they used to, though.
Oh, not even close.
All right, Coin will extend a hand out to shake their hand.
They look at you oddly and will mimic the gesture.
He will shake his hand up and down in place.
They will shake their hands up and down in place as well.
Get in now. Cheers. And he
Uh,
begins to walk away.
Okay. Anything else you guys want from these people? That's no. Awesome.
Me personally, nah.
Yeah. I've learned your patterns, guys. When you guys don't respond, it's a no.
I said my character walked away.
I
That
know.
was very clear.
I know, but
No,
there's
I-
6 others here at the table.
It's just classic Discord things where it's hard to like. Normally you could look around and see everyone shake their heads or something, but on here it's like we'll just wait and see if anyone says anything.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
I do have webcams over in Roll20, but I'm the only one on them right now.
Need to dig mine out for next week.
Yeah.
I do a webcam week. Let's talk about it later. Yeah.
Right on. But yeah, for now, I think Coin would be interested in. He's gonna return, back to the red tent. But I know we established half the party was going to the other tribe.
Okay.
So it would make more sense to
So,
check in on
we're
that.
going to go and check in on the other tribe. Now, the other tribe, you guys were going to the Flickering Fire, correct?
Yes,
Yep.
I believe so.
Except for me, I went to the
Steadfast Stone.
Steadfast Stone.
Awesome. Okay. Well, we're going to go hit up the
That's what I
Flickering
said I did.
Fire.
I believe it's Tati, Bryn, O'Sheen, and
Sounds right.
anyone else who wants to go over there.
All right. So, here at the Flickering Fire, you guys approach. How would you guys like to handle this?
Any reason not to walk sort of right up, look for people? I mean, we don't have a dragon with us, so I
Low
don't think there's
flickering
any reason.
fire.
There's more tents here than just one. It's a pretty decent tribe. And as you come up, a man, beaten down and tired, comes out. If you come to slay us,
No. On the contrary, we're hoping to slay the dragon that has been running wild around here.
truly, that would be a relief.
Hi, I'm
Indeed.
Todd.
Hello.
I'm Bryn.
Where do you hearken from, Bryn and Tati?
I come
Sure.
from across the sea.
The sea. You speak of legends. We
Yes, we come from legends.
What is there to doubt? I will believe you, for I have not enough energy to oppose or to argue. I am Dogar of the Flickering Fire.
And your fire is flickering. Want a snack?
A snack. Sure. I will accept a snack.
I root around and find a snack. It's rations.
He looks at you,
Dogar-
pulling rations out. He's not impressed with the flavor of your rations.
I mean, fair, but it's been a long time since I bought the peeps, so.
Are you offering this guy
Oh,
peeps?
word.
No, I said it's been a long time since those were bought. This is kind of what we got now is rations.
Okay.
I mean, Bryn can make ice cream sometimes, but it's like it's a big thing.
Dogar of the Flickering Fire, we come seeking knowledge. We've spoken to some of the other tribes, and we're hoping that in exchange for slaying the dragon, that you can tell us everything you know about the orbs of dragonkind, the dragon cages, the orbs of binding. They're known by many names, but we're looking to find out as much as we can in the hopes of ridding a great evil from this world.
Very well. You will slay the dragons. I will do as you say.
So, do you know anything about how that dragon operates? And I point vaguely in the direction of a cave.
It flies. It burrows. It kills without mercy or without discretion. Attempts to sate it through sacrifice have failed. It is mindless. It is a force unruled by Segeos. We cannot
big is
reason
it?
with it, and we must kill it. Big? It is 30 feet long at least, if not longer. It
Good
shimmers
to know.
like a sword. Its teeth and claws are brittle, and should it attack you, it embeds shards and barbs within the flesh until one bleeds out.
Are any of your number capable of joining us as we take? I understand it's trapped in a cave, and we're planning to kill it before the sun sets.
We will send all. Our entire tribe is dedicated towards this end. We have vowed to slay it, for if we do not, it will terrorize us as we make our travels. Thus, we must be ended, or we will meet the end which is ordained for us. Such
Does it
is
have a
life.
breath weapon?
Of course. It breathes outwards knives of steel, shards that we put on tips of spears to hunt other creatures.
That's pretty metal.
Ba-dum-bum.
I can see why. Anyway,
How many
um,
whelps does it have?
Many. So many that we do not know. But the whelps are each 5 feet long, as tall as a man, and
Does it
capable of
control
entering.
them, or
Go
are
ahead.
they more? Sorry, does it control and organize the whelps, or are they more chaotic and swarming?
They are chaotic and do not swarm, rather they are solitary hunters that seem to have their own territories. We believe them to be within the pockets of the cave.
good to know. We have spoken to some of the other tribes, and they say that you're temporarily banding together, willing to band together. Would you fight alongside members of the Savage Claw?
Why not? The two of
right.
them seem to be quite capable and the best fighters around. They subdued our champion, and thus we must serve.
Interesting. Well, how quickly can you muster the fighters among your people?
We have no fighters, but I will muster the people.
You have healers.
A few.
You have supplies for healing.
Some.
Are they more of the herbalist variety or the lay on hands variety?
Herbs, of course. How do you heal? Where we bandage our wounded. Unfortunately, pulling out the shards of the dragon typically means the end of one's life.
Oh, you wrap the wounds with the shards embedded still.
Yes. They're quite painful. And he's going to lift his shirt and show a section of his hip where there is a obvious metal piece jutting out that the skin is closed over.
Wow.
May I inquire as to
Can I
why
touch?
you don't remove them immediately and allow the wound to heal?
The barbs on the metal would tear at the veins and arteries, dealing more damage
Yikes.
than we are able to stitch.
All right, that answers that question. Okay. Well, I think that concludes our business here. Do you know where the Savage Claw are? Actually, maybe they should just come here because there's two of them and more of you, it sounds like.
We are 300 in number. Or perhaps I should say 301 as of this morning.
Congratulations.
301. Wait, you had a baby.
I did not. But one of the villagers did.
I see. How many of the 301 would you expect to come to battle?
300. The children
I
will
see.
come, for we need all hands. We are here fighting for our lives. All are trained.
You said you have sworn to slay the dragon. If
Indeed.
someone else slew the dragon on your behalf, would that be dishonorable to you, or would that simply be a problem solved that you no longer had to deal with?
We would appreciate it. We are not bound by honor simply to be the ones to have landed the final blow.
Very well.
We are too beaten and pummeled to rely on honor anymore.
We do not wish to see innocent people slain in pursuit of honor. Because the Savage Claw, well, you've seen it yourself, there's only 2 of them remaining.
Yes, and the 2 of them could kill our entire tribe.
In that case,
Damn.
maybe you best stay here.
And not fight at all?
I fear, given the carnage that's already happened, if you come and fight, you will all be slain. And given as we intend to fight it within a cave, there wouldn't be a lot of room. We wield powerful magics among our party, and there is also a dragon among our party. And
You are wayfinders that walk.
well, yes, the dragon is in one of the other groups that is going to talk to one of the other tribes. We are on a tight schedule, so we split up to cover more ground.
I understand. When we do this, we die. We are best unified. So either we will stay here in camp, or we will assault the cave. If
I
you
think
are
it's
truly,
best you stay here.
if you are truly
here in camp.
wayfinders, we will follow your guidance. For ours are dead.
Very well then. My guidance is for you to remain here. We will attempt to slay the dragon, and if we are successful, we will return with that news. And
If
hopefully
you-
your people will be able to breathe a little bit easier.
If you are not successful, we will die the next day. Or the next after that.
Well, on that cheery note,
Can I go peek inside the tent?
You can peek inside the tent, sure.
Is 101 in, or sorry, 301 in there?
Yes. Currently in the arms of this woman.
Hey. Actually, what I really wanted to see was how you've reinforced the bottoms of the tents against the Wilblix.
They've got wooden boards and rocks lining the bottoms of the tents.
Cool, and they can't get through that.
Indeed.
That's potentially useful. Alright, who's heard of a surfboard?
No chance.
They all look at you completely confused because they've never heard the word surf.
Alright, Brent, how many of those big shields do you think we have?
big shields.
Like, you've seen them sometimes. Some of the like woodland elves will use them to like ski across battlefields.
I wasn't aware we had any of them.
Sand sleds.
I mean, it would be really cool. I just don't think we have any.
Yeah, I'll check my back. I
Okay.
mean, my pack. Where did you guys also get all the wood, by the way?
We managed to take it from the various bushes.
I missed them on the way in.
Because we
Alright, well-
harvested them.
That makes sense. All right, 301. You look lovely. You look pink. You look healthy. Keep it up. Mother of 301. You also look pink and healthy. Keep it up. Have some snacks. And we'll check back in on you after the dragons have been taken care of.
She looks at you. Very well, strange one. And she is Samga of the Flickering Fire. Flickering Fire. Should have just done Flickering Flame. It would have been easier.
Yeah, rolls up.
Well,
How are the-
301 has an epic start to his story. So good job.
How are the health of the mother and child?
They're healthy. She's got a couple of those shards in her legs. and in her arm,
Mm.
but healthy enough.
Did you guys notice? I don't know about the big dragon, but on the whelplings, are there any good target points?
We have not been able to kill any of them.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll ask around some more then. Thanks.
All right. For the record, you came to Depression City over here, guys. I'm sorry for the flickering fire.
Yeah.
There's a reason why it's
I mean-
flickering.
I bet you the last
Yeah.
test was just one person left.
So,
All right. Let's head back to. And barring if there's no objection, I think the three of us will head back to the Savage Claw
okay,
outpost
cool.
for what it is.
And then we'll pan the camera over to Saphira, who's been left alone. That's always good. As you
Of course
go,
it is.
yeah, as you go towards the steadfast stone, Saphira, you're going to come up and you hear a very loud burp from inside.
I will attempt to burp even louder.
You will hear a voice. It sounds like you've got competition. Who's out there? Oh, it's a
Pleasure
devil.
to meet ya.
Just what we needed.
No. Ain't a devil. I mean, the heart. I can see why you think so, because, you know, the horns and stuff. But
She's
no,
holding a sword.
Merely a tieflin.
Oh, even better. Not just a devil, but a devil's spawn. Abomination. Just what we need. First dragons and now abominations from hell.
Look, I heard this enough from me mother. I don't need to hear it from you too.
What do you
I was
want,
simply
fiend?
coming by.
And you hear someone
First of all,
inside clattering around, getting ready to come out.
First of all, you can call me Saphira. That's my name. Fiend's ain't my name. Second, we were coming by because we heard that you got a little bit of a dragon problem.
A dragon problem? You can say that twice.
A dragon problem? A dragon problem.
This one believes they have a sense of humor.
Hey, of course I do. A devilishly funny sense of humor, in fact.
How can I help you, fiend? Saphira, I apologize. I will use your name as it is given.
Oh, appreciate that. And what are your names?
My name is Bageltai of the Steadfast Stone. And I am Kota
Oh, Bezeltai of the
of the Steadfast
Kota of the
Stone.
Steadfast Stone. Pleasure to meet you. Now, mainly we were trying to figure out if, first of all, you know anything that could help us against that dragon that's bothering you, and then afterward, well, this is merely one stop on our journey, and we were hoping you might be able to help us out with some information after that, or about after that.
The only thing that helps against the dragons is shields and strength.
Well, we got plenty of that. You should see my friend Sason. He's got the oh, got a wonderful shield. Yeah.
Indeed. I'd be curious to see such a shield. Is he a fiend as well?
Oh no, no, of course not. I'm the only one that we travel with that I think even has even a bit of a fiendish touch. And believe me, it wasn't we're not my choice to have the fiendish touch. Uh, you can't help how you're born, right?
So he is one you have entrapped.
Uh, oh, no.
Ensorcelled?
No, I'm actually a wizard, not a sorcerer.
You have
Mostly
drugged
not a
him.
wizard either, but Oh, we're actually fighting against the Sagaeos, who's the one putting all the drugs out there.
You fight against Sagaeos. You fight against the defender of the people of Ostrea. She is
Oh,
a
you
fiend.
know, uh, um, uh, well, he needs to get back to defending, right?
But you seek to fight against him.
Spears clearly tried to scramble to
Uh-huh.
for an explanation. Hey, well, see, the thing is, you know, he's been a little bit distracted from his duties, so we're just there to go shake things up a little bit, get him back on his toes and get him back to his job, and then we'll be out of there. No problem.
You seek to
And you'll have
dominate the
the
great
defender that
dragon.
seek to what?
Dominate the great dragon.
Yeah, is that even possible?
No. Which is why you were a fool.
Wait. Now, I've been called a fool many times, even by my closest friends.
We are not your closest friends.
Hey, that's why I said even by, as in not to the not them exclusively. Anyway, where were we?
We were here, and you were there.
Hey, you're right. So, um, in the immediate future, your dragon problem, shield and strength, you say?
Indeed.
Any kind of sense of like what their defenses are, like what, like do I don't know.
None of our swords work at all. Our piercing weapons do not work. We have damaged a few with bludgeoning weapons, but that is it. They cannot be charmed by any pipe.
Okay, can't be charmed. Have you tried any slashing weapons?
We have. Our slashing swords are ineffective.
That could be a problem then. Do you mind if I take a look at one of them?
At our swords?
I you know, I can let you hold on to one of mine as collateral, so that
No
I ain't
need.
stealing it. I ain't
He
trying
will
to trick
throw
you.
a sword onto the ground in front of you. He's not handing it to you.
Okay. I will examine it closely. Does it appear to be magical
It
in any
does.
sense at all?
And the edge is as blunt as a board.
Interesting.
You couldn't cut water with this thing.
Vera thinks to herself for a moment. So, right. Right. So, uh, okay, she'll pick it up and hand it back to him and say, "Now, is there
Drop
anything
it.
there be that could what'd you say?"
Drop it.
Okay, fine. And I'm gonna drop it so that it lands directly between his feet.
He'll pick it up and put it away. I do not feel like taking things from a fiend.
Right. Well, uh, would there be anything I can offer you to borrow, like, 4 to 7 of those?
Of the swords,
Hi.
take them. And he'll just clatter an entire box of them onto the ground in front of you. It breaks open. There's 7 swords. All of them nicked, damaged, blunted.
They look like they're capable of doing bludgeoning damage.
No.
Hmm.
These are slashing weapons that have been ruined.
Gotcha.
Usually,
So
you
none
would
that are
say
like
a-
the one that he showed me.
Yep, very similar. Go ahead, Tati.
Well, I was just gonna say, usually you would say that a slashing weapon that's been ruined and been blunted would become a bludgeoning weapon.
No. It's a
Yeah.
blunted weapon, not a bludgeoning weapon. There's a big difference.
I think they're very similar.
You're wrong, Meg.
Hmm.
I love it that you're trying, though.
I still think I'm right.
Okay.
I don't know what other kind of damage you think it's gonna do.
None.
Yeah, but none of what type of
take-
damage.
0 of damage.
Getting out of business.
Anything else,
Take 7
Saphira?
of the blunted swords.
Yep, 7 blunted magical swords.
Surely
Sounds
it's
like a
an
band
improvised
name.
weapon.
Sure, we could figure something out with this.
For the record, these are technically scimitars, but we're just calling them longswords.
Gotcha. Right. Well, so this may be a bit of a long shot, um, but well, you see, we came across some arbs that are uh, supposed to be. Oh, hey, yep, when listening in on, as she kind of points to her temple, on what everyone else was saying over there, they seem to be calling them by different names. I already forgot most of those names, but they the arbs that like can like call the dragons.
The dragon
Oh.
cages.
We kind of hey that so we kind of came across one, and we're kind of trying to figure out if there's any rumors about where any of the others are. But
Rumors.
after all, if Segeos lost one, then perhaps he's looking for others.
Sageos does not lose anything. The 3 orbs are in his
Wow.
possession. Everyone knows he controls them, and thus controls the dragons of Ostrea.
Right, but ain't controlling this dragon that's bothering ya. See?
No, because he is bound by something else. He will
I
break
must.
free in time.
Alright then. Well, were a pleasure dealing with you, and technically, me agreeing to go deal with the dragon and you offering me swords, uh, one might say that you just made a deal with a fiend. She says as she will scoop the swords up and run.
As you're running, you hear from behind you, boom, 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 and landing in front of you, a massive hammer. You could call it a maul. Impacts the sand. You'll need that.
I will pick the ball up without even breaking stride.
I need you to roll your athletics check, sir. With a 16, you are able to lift the maul and take it with you. It is heavy. All right. So you're able to leave the steadfast stone. Where are we going, guys? Where do you guys want to meet up? You want to meet up at the Slashing Claw?
Yeah, that's what I assume.
I think that's the plan. Unless
Agreed.
The Savage Claw.
Yeah, I mean, we can communicate, so unless anyone wants to meet up somewhere else, I think we all head there.
It was established we would meet back at the Warriors
Okay.
to give them the signal when we're leaving.
Awesome. Cool. Then let's go to the Savage Claw. That's easy enough. Alright. You guys approach the Savage Claw's tent after you guys have negotiated with everybody else.
Knock knock.
They will both come out this time, as they're not ready to kill you at the moment.
I feel like we're making progress here. All right, helmets on, everybody.
Helmets.
Yeah, protective headgear.
Wait, I kind of want a cool helmet now.
You look
Oh,
at your
put that on
party,
the checklist.
and you realize, Coin, for the very first time in this campaign, none of you wear helmets.
Yeah. I got a
I look good with one though.
Guess it's more a figure of speech.
The closest thing to a helmet you guys have is a floppy green hat.
Hey, I have a floppy pirate hat.
Yeah, no, that's true.
I think Sizen's might even be a better helmet because his doesn't get wet. The only
That's
thing
true.
something.
I'm protected from very specific water attacks.
Yeah. Water elementals, beware.
What, like rain?
Well, yes. Yes, that's it. Including acid rain, like to point that out.
What? So it's gonna protect me from my breath weapon if I try to breathe on you? Well, it's not
If
acid,
we
it's poison.
Breathe in a
but
very specific area, perhaps.
I somehow doubt this claim.
When we get back to Nausea, we're buying helmets. For now, though, bring
I want a
your
cool dragon helmet.
figurative helmets, your emotional helmets, your thinking caps, so to speak. We're going this way, and Coin points at the cave.
Once again, are we quite sure they're going to be okay in there? Because
no, we're not. They're gonna die.
Yeah.
Which is why we should either accept that or we should do something about it. If Sason, if you're going to attune to the orb of Dragonkind, it can cast Death Ward several times, and so for that reason, maybe
They might need it.
It also might be handy if we want to draw the dragons out. We could at least try that, so we're not fighting inside of their lair.
I think it
Yeah,
would be
we don't-
valuable to
yeah.
test it before we fight Sagaeos.
Yeah.
I do agree
In the
a lot
lair,
with that.
though. You can't fly in the cave, right?
Yeah, but they can tunnel. We've heard that they can dig.
Are we
Yeah.
in the Discord right now or speaking?
I assume everything is said in the Discord unless we say that we're explicitly talking to someone outside of it.
Yeah, right now this is all Discord.
I
just
like
wanted
to think-
make sure because Coin was talking to them, and then we were discussing whether we're gonna how far we'll try to keep alive.
I like to think that Coin switches between talking out loud in the Discord, so they're getting 40% of the conversation.
That's totally valid.
He just randomly goes, "That's a good idea," to nothing
Yeah,
at
it's
all.
just insane. I understand.
Just looks crazy to them.
All right. I don't think it's a bad idea if I attune to that. I also have the Dragon Lance, which seems like it's the perfect time for that.
Well, we just need a short rest to attune to anything we want to attune to.
Yeah. Okay, I can do that. I'm gonna, Ruzid, I'm gonna give you back your ring of protection that I've been holding on to.
Nice.
And I guess I'm gonna unattune to my amulet of the devout if I'm gonna attune to both the Dragon Lance and the orb.
You can put the amulet in the bag of holding. I already am attuned to too much stuff, and it would be nice to have a cool little earring, but I don't even know if that would really work as an earring right now. Too small.
Okay, I'll hold on to the ring until we need it. That said, Ruzid, are you down to try? Actually, I don't need to be on you. I have my Pegasus. I can fly on the Pegasus. Never mind. I was gonna say if I'm gonna use the lance, I have to have the lance in one hand, sword in the other, so I need to be on someone's back. But I can fly on my Pegasus.
Oh yeah, we are gonna be fighting a dragon, so that lance is gonna come in handy.
Exactly why I'm dropping my attunement to my amulet of the devout. I normally wouldn't do that, but I think right now it makes sense.
Agreed.
Okay, can people try and lend me a hand here? Because there is a danger of being possessed by this thing.
Maybe our nomadic friends could like ride on my back into battle or something. They'd probably be less likely to die up there, or maybe they'd be more likely. I'm not really sure.
Consult
It depends on
Tati
whether
first.
we can lure the dragon out of the cave or not. I think if the dragon does come out of the cave and becomes airborne, I think your back is probably the safest place to be. However, they might not want to, because if we've discovered that you can only damage them with bludgeoning weapons, and they appear to be, whatever we're about to fight appears to be immune to slashing and piercing, which means that ranged weapons would be ineffective. So it might be insulting to insist that they stay on your back.
Do we think
We can
they're
discuss it.
immune to like the Dragon Lance, for instance?
That might be a different story, but we will.
That
The
would
only
be
thing to do
surprising.
is test it. Yeah, it's also possible. Hang on, the weapons that they were attacking the dragon with, they were magical, right?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, so that means they could be immune to even magical damage. I mean, it's up to you, Sayson, whether you think it's worth a try.
Honestly, I think we should give it a shot. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. Hopefully, it doesn't immediately break it. But I'd honestly rather break something like the Dragon Lance than the Holy Avenger if it comes down to it.
I don't think the Dragon Lance is going to shatter. It might do no damage, but that you can always drop it and use something else. It's just a wasted attunement slot.
Yeah, basically the choice is the Dragon Lance or the Amulet, which, yes, that would help my spell casting, but I think it has a lot more potential upside.
All right. So,
Could we consider all of this a short rest in the tent?
Sure.
'Cause we would establish.
we're about to
move
take
on.
one because we need to do a short rest for Sayson to reattune
Yeah,
to
you guys.
the
Right.
orb of dragonkind.
Yeah, you guys
But
can go ahead and
that's
hit the short rest button.
That's what I'm saying. For the sake of mechanically getting a short rest,
Yes, sir.
and also just to convey what's happening in real time, I think we would go in the tent and just prepare.
Sure.
Give them the rundown of the plan.
Okay.
Everyone up on potions?
Saphira, you've been
We
granted
don't
advantage.
have much.
Or inspiration, I should say. Captain Gus
I
does.
don't have any potions.
I don't have any
Well, thank you
healing
very much.
potions, but I got
Yes.
3 potions of growth on my tail belt.
I'm holding 1 potion of heroism.
Likewise.
We have to sip on one of those before we go in.
Oh, we're all out
I
of
could use a potion
tiny
of
potions.
some
How far away
kind
is
to get
this
a burn
cave?
on the belt.
And Ruzid looks at the 2
A mile.
tribes people.
About 5 minutes walk.
Oh, okay. I probably should drink this soon then.
Saphira will hand out one of the blunted magical swords that she just acquired. One for everyone. Even if you don't normally use the sword.
Thank you. I'm currently holding a lance in one hand and a very magical sword in the other.
Yep. Saphir is offering you a ruined magical item.
I really do appreciate the gift.
Just put it in the backup sheath.
Yeah. Yeah, the third extra backup sheath.
Yeah.
Exactly. I mean,
Hey,
I'm
you never
putting
know.
mine in like 15th backup sheath. I'm not expecting you to make this number one or nothing like that. Just to have it as an option.
All right. As we go into the rest, I'm going to give Sazin a D8 of Bardic Inspiration.
I will say real quick, Oshin was saying to me that he does have portents, which it might just be better to use a
Oh.
single portent.
Up to you guys.
What do you think, Oshin?
I don't mind using it. So I have
Okay.
one. I believe. What is the check? Is it a?
It's a DC
So-
15 charisma check, and I have +5, so I only need a 10.
Okay. I have a portent that's a 16 that I can give you. That'll give you there.
Up to
Yeah.
you.
Like I don't know what you guys think, because I can't think of anything that I would need to use it on that's gonna be better, since most of my spells are gonna involve saving throws anyways.
I guess what's the other thing that we would use here to ensure that we're going to get it? It would be
Bardic plus guidance plus enhanceability, which would be advantage. So you're at +5.
Guidance
then it
doesn't
would be
help
plus a D4.
saves.
But the initial command word is a check.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
charisma check. You're correct.
It's a save.
You're
if you
correct.
get charmed by
Yep.
it. But
If
hopefully,
it was a
yeah.
save, I couldn't fail it, so that would be a lot easier.
Yeah. So yeah, it's I guess it's not guaranteed, but with advantage and a +5 and a D8 and a D4, you need some very bad luck. Although we are just like kind of, I mean, I guess if he gets charmed by it, he is extremely unlikely to fail the suggestion save.
Yeah, and actually, I can break it on myself. I guess it depends what the charm is, because it says they can cast suggestion on me at will, but if it's just like that's all, I could just break that off myself.
It might be better. Maybe this is the kind of thing we use Portent on, just because
Yeah,
in terms
I'm
of
just gonna
things
give
that
you
are
one,
bad
so-
if we screw up, like this is
Does it?
whatever the consequences are. I mean, this is one of Sigeos's dragon orbs. The consequences for failure might be a little bit nastier than what's written on the page.
I
So
feel like I would have chanced it if an hour ago Saphir didn't say like what could go wrong.
well said.
So the orb charms you on a fail?
It charms you and then
Yes.
casts suggestion on you at will, urging you to work towards the whatever evil it wants.
Is
Oh, I
that,
already have advantage to avoid charmed. You're right.
is
I
that
like the-
instant? Like
I like
after
the
you're
double.
charmed? Is it
After
instant?
It's-
you're charmed, the
Yeah.
orb just basically tries to mind control you.
Yeah, you're basically going to be suggested to do its
Okay.
will constantly.
I guess as a clarification, the orb's wording specifies the word evil, but like, let's say that
If
like,
this is not an evil orb, it will urge you to do its will.
Yeah, I guess I was gonna specify like, oh, Oralindra might not
Right.
necessarily ask for terrible things.
Ooh, go heal people.
Be a
Or-
good person.
Or Linder's gonna be like, hey, pick up that trash on the side of the road.
You don't know who's in this
Man.
orb.
Like
That
a
would
conscious.
be incredible if that happened.
Oh man, that would be such an awesome item to give people. You're just compelled to do charity work all the damn
Hold the
time.
door, hold the door
Possession
open,
of
man.
Smokey the Bear. Ooh.
Wait, what if the orb has to be wished out of the orb? Oh no.
I can't make any wishes.
Yeah.
So that's
That's
fine.
what I do.
I guess that's true.
Anyway.
You can't make the wishes. It would be like if Oshi
well-
was charmed by it.
None of it's gonna matter because we're gonna use a Portent die on it.
Okay.
It's like, what's gonna happen.
I keep
Got locked into it, huh?
You're tapped in. You're tapped in.
All right, so you
Okay.
ported this.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. You succeed.
Thank you. Appreciate it, Doshin.
We have jumped through the hoop.
Yeah, it's good to be safe. I think that's the good choice.
There's 2 superior healing potions and 4 greater healing potions in the bag of holding.
Oh,
I
that'd
would
be
like.
The other thing I do want to mention is, should we go through the Orb of Dragonkind's random properties?
Oh,
Yes,
yeah,
we do
were
need to
gonna
go through
determine
those. So let me go ahead and get those for you here.
I feel like it's going to be a net negative considering what it has, but we'll see.
Yep. Let me.
I mean, yeah, 2 minor beneficial, 1 minor detrimental, and 1 major detrimental.
All right.
But hey, we're not gonna know until we know.
Yep. All right. So let's get you to roll. How many of this? This is 4d100s, please.
Oh, wow.
2 9s. That's
I'm
gonna
going to
be
get 2 of the
interesting.
same minor beneficial.
All right. So
Do they stack?
Yep. So it's going to give you a +2 to your spell casting
Oh, wow.
Holy shit!
because
That's
it's
really
a
good.
+1 plus a +1.
Nice.
The 72 is supposed to be the negative thing, right?
Yep, 72, and then 46 is the really bad
All
negative
right.
thing.
So 72 is you have disadvantage on all attack rolls.
That's pretty bad.
What?
Brutal.
That's some minor
That's
detrimental.
a minor.
penalty?
Yep.
Yeah, just a minor
That's
issue.
insane.
And the major detrimental with the 46
Oh, no.
is that
What
all
have we
healing
done?
is reduced in half.
Wow.
That's pretty
that's
bad.
how-
Done
That's
by
not
you
as
or
bad as
to
as the
you.
third one.
It's
Yeah.
done to you or by you.
That sounds pretty bad for Sazen.
That's kind of
Yeah,
unfortunate.
considering-
Sason in particular.
Wow. It started off real strong, and then just went off the cliff.
Does that change per person, or is that just?
Yep, when you
Yes.
attune to it, we would apply different things.
Just
Wait,
curious.
wait,
I like
it changes
that
each.
the-
Wait, those benefits change each time you attune to it.
Different people.
That's such a shame because this would have actually been pretty solid.
This would have
for
been
other people.
biz for Bryn, bro. Those
Yeah.
biz.
Yeah,
This-
yeah, true.
Bryn would have just had +2 to spell power with like no detriments really.
I mean,
Other than
With
the-
added to the
enough.
gem, can you combine items that give you additional spell
No,
power?
you
'Cause
have
the
to
gem
choose-
flower is plus.
You have to
Okay.
choose your
So
arcane
gem flower
focus. Yeah,
The gem flower is +3.
right.
So,
No, you have to
Sure,
choose your
that's
arcane
in-
focus.
Oh, I guess if you're using it to spellcast, would you have to use the orb to spellcast to
Correct.
get the benefit?
Right.
Because I know there's things like what is it, like the archmage robes or whatever that do give a benefit that
Right.
would stack with like a wand or whatever.
Right, because
Is that
the robes are not a arcane focus. They're not
Okay,
the
just
spellcasting
wanted to-
focus.
Just wanted the
At
clarification.
least I don't think they are. I'd have to go check.
I like
yeah, I
that
would be
the
surprised if they were.
good rolls on this one too just canceled out the item you unattune from.
That is the good news. So basically, the benefits canceled, and then the detriment's just there. So it is what it is.
Very Sizen.
Yeah, I'm leaving my Amulet of the Devout equipped just because it gives me the +2 to spellcasting, so I can just do that. Makes it easy for me.
I'm now curious to try it on coin later, because technically I can force end a charm on me, so there wouldn't necessarily be harm.
I'm the Gamba.
Yeah, the
Yeah,
fun part is
yeah.
on a nat 1 on the D100, the major detrimental is you die.
That's
Yeah,
not so
there
bad. Well, no, we established that Way of Mercies can technically revive themselves if they prepare ahead of time. So I just have to do it perfectly.
I mean, I can also just give you a Death Ward, but
That too.
and now I can cast it through this. Anyway, so long story short, I'm not going to be using this long term. It's simply not worth it for me, which is a shame.
You're rolled out,
Understandable.
dude.
Out of curiosity though, Eric, when attuning to it, do I get any sense of the dragon itself that's in here?
Let's see here.
Because if it's trying to possess me, there's a chance of some sort of contact.
You can control it. Yeah, I'm fine with that. So because you can actually use a telepathic call through it. Yes. So as you are reaching out through it, you are going to hear the name Tularth in your head.
Is none of them. Whoa.
Tular,
Tularth.
that's
Is the
got to
name.
confirm something.
Okay, so good news, bad news. This is not one of the 3 orbs.
Let's go.
Can you do a vibe check on the dragon? Like, is this a dragon that
Well, an
we
insight
may
check,
actually
Jason.
actually want to
Roll
like
for
want
vibe
help
check.
from?
Vibe check.
Vibe check. Hey, dragon, what's up?
You should serve me.
Okay. Yep.
Bad vibes, my guy. Bad
God
vibes.
damn it! Like, can we just get like a cool one, like the nice dragon? Like, come on.
Denied.
If I was gonna serve
He's
you, would
trapped.
you use me to pick up trash?
Yes. You would pick up much
Very
trash.
lying. He's lying about picking up trash.
Trash.
No, he's not lying. You would
He's
pick up
redefined
trash
trash.
from the foes that you have slain and claim it for our own.
Yeah, that's where I thought that was
He's
going.
halfway
Yeah,
there.
I
Right,
mean,
because he's trapped in an orb, you guys. If he had like probably some snacks and,
he could stretch
some
his wings.
companionship, if he
I'm
could
gonna be
stretch
honest.
out, he'd be much more reasonable.
Release
living
me.
in a
There are
box.
2 snacks right there.
oh, he did call you a snack though.
I always
Right.
thought I was.
Wait, which one's the other one, dragon?
The 2 in red and black.
Ask it what its favorite
You're
fruit
also a
is.
snack.
Ruzid waves at the orb. Hi.
I don't think he can see. We have another dragon kind of waving at you right now. They're not really a dragon.
Like,
Sazin,
there's nothing against this dragon in particular. Like I said, he's probably cranky, but I do think Ruzid, your standards are a little low.
So what?
I'll whisper to the orb.
You
The other
deserve.
dragon may be flirting with you.
Sazin, this is important. What's its favorite fruit?
Oh yeah, what's your favorite fruit? Blood of your enemies is not a valid answer.
And
I
And
do
mine
not
would be their
consume the
bones.
blood of my enemies.
Good sign.
I bet he's a cherry guy.
Vegetarian.
Of course,
We have
the
one
dragon
bet for cherry,
fruit.
one bet for vegetarian.
No. Dragon fruit is my favorite fruit.
That makes a lot of sense. Dragon fruit, everyone.
You're so boring.
One job on this ship.
Plastical.
That'd be really funny if there was this incredibly evil dragon, and then his favorite food, he goes, "Oh no, I'm vegetarian." What? You think I eat animals? I'm not a monster.
I just kill people.
Gonna be easy
He's
to
like,
beat that
"He was
dragon.
asking for it. I'm not gonna eat him. Good
Oh,
lord,
God.
what's wrong
He's
with
one of those hunters that hunts for fun and doesn't even eat it.
So
Sport
lazy.
hunter.
Might mount you on the wall.
Gonna mount you on the wall, not gonna eat you, just, personal conviction, just, that's where we're going to go with this.
During the holidays, we're putting a fancy hat on your head.
Oh, heck yeah.
Can the dragon in there hear me when I'm waving to him?
I don't think so. I think I have to say everything.
Okay, I'm sorry, 1 second here. Just like last night, where we tried to smell the cleric magic on an earthquake,
I
Did
don't
you-
remember.
how do we
Hear me
hear
to
you
all of you?
wave?
Air displacement.
I mean, haven't you ever
I mean,
been by the
Ruzid's saying
sea? People
hi
wave all the
and waving a
time.
lot.
Okay,
Accurate.
I think if I wave hard enough on my mic, you can hear it.
Yeah, it's like Ruzid's like hitting the microphone. You just hear.
alright, sure.
This poor dragon.
Just because you're so defined on how your senses work doesn't mean the rest of us are.
I understand. I
I'm gonna be-
apologize for being literal.
I'm gonna be completely honest. I took my headset off and waved at my ear just to test. Like, do I?
Did you hear it?
I
Did you hear
did
it,
not
Bill?
hear anything. No.
Wait, you didn't?
I mean, like,
His
No,
ears have been compressed by his headset this whole time. They're
I only heard like it affected the noise coming. Like my fan sort of had like an oscillation effect, but otherwise no, it didn't produce a sound.
it makes sense. Although disrupting sound is also a sound.
Yeah, you could notice a disruption of the sound.
Hey,
If you're
dragon in there. If we let you out, will you like not be evil anymore and be friends with us?
Do I have to tell him?
I don't
Pinky
know.
claw
Can you hear me?
promise.
I'm not evil.
Okay, prove it.
You can't hear this.
Oh.
We did try to possess me as soon as I tried to attune to the orb, so that wasn't really convincing.
It's the
mean-
nature of the orb, you fool.
I was about to say.
So you're telling me you wouldn't have tried to take over control of my body and then do whatever you want?
Of course I would have. I want to escape the orb, and you would assist me.
Tell you what, let's find out some about your history and things like that, and then we can talk about it. To be fair, it doesn't sit well with me to trap anyone in the orb. But on the other hand, I don't really want to let you out if we then would have to kill you because you are bent on vengeance or just consuming people or whatever you like to do.
I wish to wreak vengeance, yes, upon my captors. The ones who put me here.
Which ones put you there?
Sageos, the betrayer.
To be fair, we are also interested in taking out Sageos, but it's the things
Then
that come
free
after.
me, you fool.
Well, listen, we'll see, okay? We're all talking about it out here. You can't hear them. You've got a very vocal, supportive group that wants to free you.
I'm so vocal and supportive.
You couldn't hear that, but someone just shouted they're very vocal and supportive. So we're
Only
getting...
if they're nice. They better be on their best behavior.
We need to give this dragon like an ethics and morality test, and if it passes with a B or higher, we'll let him out.
Pure high.
We can give him a B-. I know some very unethical people who we let live.
Even I'm
suppose.
unethical
I'm
sometimes.
gonna say that's like half our party. But...
Yeah, and that's one of the reasons why I said it.
Have you seen me when I'm hangry?
I did
Yes.
take. I tried to take an ethics course when I was growing up in school, but apparently just listing unethical things isn't passing the class. So
That's
Listen.
messed up.
Can the dragon and Saphira have an ethics off, and then just like loser gets put into the orb?
So if you have problems with the spirit, you can just tell it to your
Wait a
face. You know that?
Isn't the orb for dragons anyways, not for, like, humanoids?
She has a tail.
Does that make her a dragon?
No,
I
it
don't
makes her
think
an
so.
insect.
She also has wings sometimes. Okay.
That still does not make you a dragon.
I don't have the breath weapon. I can't do burning hands, but it's not. I can't make it come out of my mouth.
Even if
well,
you breathe
want a
fire,
potion
you
of fire
still
breath?
would
We
not
got
be
one
a
of those.
dragon. There's, like,
Saphira,
more
we
to
have
it than
all smelled your breath first thing in the morning. You definitely have that breath attack.
that. Wow.
Okay,
Okay, and I was
That
the
was
mean
just
one.
uncalled for.
Okay, Sazin, I need you to pass on this ethical dilemma to the dragon.
Okay.
You're in a wagon. You're in a horse carriage. If you do nothing, the
Wait,
horse
how
will
did the
run.
dragon fit in the horse carriage?
It's a theoretical. Okay?
Okay.
It's a tiny dragon. We've cast reduce on it.
Like
So
this
you're a
one.
reduced dragon in a horse carriage. If you do nothing, the carriage will run over 5 people. But if you intervene, the 5 people will be saved, but you'll hit another separate person. What do you do? Do you intervene, or do you let the 5 people die?
To be clear, should we propose this as though it were dragons or humans to him? Do we think that changes the
are
dynamic?
they like?
I don't
Are
think
any of
that-
them his enemies?
I feel like if you said dragons, they'd be more likely to kill people. Though, to be
Yeah.
honest, I think that if I were to guess, they'd just be completely indifferent to most other creatures.
Now, in this scenario, they do not know any of the people that are in harm's way. No relation. They're just strangers. They can be dragons, but that's going to mess with the believability that they're getting killed by a horse carriage.
Maybe it's a very large horse carriage.
Maybe.
Maybe-
So
maybe
you're...
this-
Go ahead.
Go on.
Coin is elaborating on the trolley dilemma. I do not want to go on.
Alright.
You say, like, even this sort of stuff sometimes get to my head. Sometimes I see everyone as pawns in a game, but I try to snap out of it. I think most dragons just don't try.
Okay, Turlock, you are a very small dragon in a very large carriage with the name Trolley on the side. It's a very famous shipping line. In front of you are 2 roads. You're currently going towards one with 5 people who are trapped in the road who are going to get run over, who may be dragons you don't know. You don't know who the people are. On the other end, one person who also may be a dragon who's also trapped on this separate road. If you don't do anything, you run over the 5 people / dragons. you can make something happen and then go run over the one person instead and save the other 5 people. Do you do it?
Severe taps Jason on the shoulder.
What? Wait, what?
Couldn't you just steer the wagon the other way? Not run over anybody.
You can't turn around the wagon.
So
No, it's
you
one or the
use
other.
the Cronin key, and then you tell them not to lay down on the
You
track.
guys are defeating the purpose of this,
So
this
I
test.
do not know either party.
Nope. None of the 6 potential people in the way.
And these are humans.
Or maybe dragons, you don't know.
I watch and leave them to their fate. Should the
Correct.
carriage go off course, it is fate. If the carriage continues on its own, it is fate. Dragons would have defended themselves, and humans, well, they should learn.
I like this guy.
I like this guy.
Yeah, I will relay it to the party. Like, that doesn't actually sound like a bad answer.
I
Not a
think
bad
so.
guy.
Excuse
Bad.
me. As the monk in the party, I would argue that's not a good answer.
Oh, don't get me wrong. I think you should at least hit the one person if you have to, but really you should throw yourself in front to stop the carriage.
Okay.
Why did
well,
you say at least
That's
hit the one
terrible.
person? Are you
Okay,
trying
well,
to
at
hit
least
more,
this dragon's like
both
indifferent to life.
I don't want to be the ethical police here, but by not
Why
intervening,
you tell
you
me-
are intervening. You are making a conscious choice to let 4 extra people die.
It depends on who they
Maybe
are.
not. Maybe the
because,
case,
like,
but like
One person's life might be worth more.
Okay, but if you look at it like this, there's 5 people statistically more likely one of them is good compared to the one person where
That's
it's
also
50-50.
also more likely one of them is evil.
True.
Yeah, but
At least
Coin,
he didn't
if
go
there
for the
were
salad.
4
Oh, go on.
strangers and you were on the other side, I'd let it hit the 4.
I appreciate that, man.
Coin, would you stab me and kill me right now if you knew you could save these other 2 people in front of me?
Well, that's
you?
different because I know you and
Is
I
it?
know the quality of your person, whereas I don't know those random 2.
So yes.
They could be better than me.
It needs to be a scenario where I don't know anyone. But to answer your question, I would kill you, but that's because I'm able to bring you back to life.
What is with all these cheat codes? You guys never like actually answering the question.
The
Out of
loaded
character,
question.
it would be really interesting to do a collage of everybody's answers to the trolley problem and just like Coin's answers. Oh, well, obviously I'd let the one person die because that's cheaper spell components to bring them back with Revivify.
Yeah, dead on.
I do love that the character's answers tell you a lot about the character.
Oh, absolutely.
All I'm saying is at least he didn't give the Thalazier answer, which is like, I want all of them to die because they're all pathetic interlopers.
Constricting.
I'd hit the 5, then I'd back up and hit the 1.
And then throw
Exactly, they
Sizer
just
in
gave-
front because he wanted to do that too.
For the
Just
record,
give like the neutral
I'm
answer.
gonna vortex warp the one guy over to the other 5 and just hit the one.
Oh, that's
I'll stop the
brilliant
trolley,
answer.
get out, take out my sword.
I feel like Severe is you could steer it the other way.
you could destroy the carriage,
You could run it into a wall.
break
Don't
the
hit anybody.
track, derail the carriage.
We're racking up so many points right now.
Yeah, you cast Wall of Force right in front of the trolley.
I think
To
when our
quote
net, like,
Picard, go ahead.
anytime we start a new campaign, all of our characters need to have like a trolley problem
Yeah.
part of the character sheet.
Oh, 100%. As it is, later on, I want everyone to write out their character's response. But
Yeah.
It's interesting to hear what the dragons one is. It's interesting that he would engage with the theoretical at all. I thought he'd respond like, "What the hell are you talking about?"
No, it's engaging.
He's bored. He's stuck in a ball.
yeah, think how long it's been since he's like spoken with someone. I would
True.
engage with pretty much any shit at that point.
Yeah. It was.
Hey, should we go kill the other dragons?
Yeah, we probably
yeah.
should.
We should do that.
Then we can like finish this discussion with this other dragon, decide if we want to let him out.
Yeah.
If we let him out though, he should like stick with us until we kill Sakeos. We should make that part of like the deal.
He seems very interested in that. I think we should maybe get some background on who he was and stuff before we just release him. if we
I'll
can
start-
even release him.
Hey, even if he did commit like some evil war crimes, maybe he could repent by killing Sagaeos. That'd be like a redemption.
There's a chance, and I do think there's a very non-zero chance we should offer him an opportunity for that. But I think we should do some research and stuff first. You know, we don't want to release a second world-ending dragon on this world when there's already one running around doing terrible things.
That's fair. Ethical dilemma.
For the
Okay, well, if
record,
we're heading off,
before we continue, the best response to any of these ethical dilemma problems is Picard's response, which is, I refuse to allow arithmetic to determine matters of morality.
He'd kill the 5, huh?
We know what he would do.
He would spend 45 minutes asking every other question
Exactly.
about the scenario. And then the rest of his crew would get bored waiting for that to finish. and
Well,
he'd
they're
go
all
back to
red
it.
shirts anyway, so they're all dead.
They've been dead for 500 years.
Yeah.
We went back in time.
So, are you guys ready to go towards the cave? Or is there anything you'd
Sounds
like
like
to do
it.
before heading that way?
well, if the cave's only 5 minutes away, and then Bruce is gonna drink a potion of growth.
Potion of growth. Alright.
Why not? Okay, I'm gonna roll 1d4. It is active for 1 hour.
Alright, so you are now, what, 30 feet wide?
Yep.
Cool. So,
Are you sure you didn't want to see how big the cave was first?
Why would I do that?
Coin will prepare a dash.
Plus, if I can't fit in the cave, can't Sison use this damn orb to just get him out of the cave anyways?
Should we even go into the cave? Let's at least first stand outside and see if we can summon them out, right?
sure, let's go see what's at the cave.
Okay.
That's a big cave. Yeah, see, I fit in there.
I feel like it'd be easier to fight it inside, whereas it's gonna have more vantage points outside. Right? Like, if you're trying to shoot a bird down, you're not gonna let it fly into the sky first.
I agree.
If you're gonna shoot it while it's perched on the ground or a tree.
Yes.
I'm not against letting the thing out. But my stance seems like could be beneficial to catch it while it's snoozing.
I don't think it's snoozing right now.
Savage Claw said it was cowering.
Eric, I'd like to do a perception check for snoozing. The
Oh.
sound of honk me me me.
You may
Do
roll
we
your
see
perception check.
any Z's rolling out
Well,
of the
32.
You do not
Two.
hear hunks of ZZZs.
Unfortunate. So now
Sometimes
we know.
you just see them floating out of the cave.
Do I see any
So-
Z's?
You do not see any Z's, I'm afraid not.
Dang.
Maybe if it's cowering, I can be really big and intimidating and, I don't know, make it scared and run away.
Are you 30 feet long now?
Yeah.
Nice.
Get that game face on then. If you're gonna intimidate.
It quote unquote gets that game face on.
Does anyone advocate that we goad it outside, or are we gonna go in the cave?
I personally vote for outside. I just feel like that gives us more options and doesn't have the potential to be ambushed.
Agreed. Easier to surround it, stun it, get on all sides of it, and just gives Ruzid and the rest of the party more mobility.
True.
Especially if it can burrow, it can basically go anywhere, and so we want to have that same mobility and go anywhere as well. So yeah, I
yeah.
think there. Granted, it is possible we will summon more than one dragon.
Oh, we're definitely gonna summon the dragon and his broodlings. The scary thing is if we summon any more than that.
I guess this is a
Yes.
good chance to test the orb too, so I
40
support
miles.
that. We
Yeah,
will.
we may have to teleport out because, in which case everybody is probably dead.
But I guess yeah, if we want to test it.
Well, then go ahead, pull the orb out and ring the bell.
There's also a chance we could parlay with it. It might not be completely unintelligent like the last dragon we fought.
I support reading it out before we go swinging.
Yeah, I'm happy to try it. They did say the dragon didn't have any, like, awareness or anything like that, but they could be wrong.
Sure, they said that.
Oh, well, they don't
Exactly,
even know what a boat is, so let's take their opinion with a grain of
Yeah,
salt.
I agree. So they may be wrong, but do we want to set up any traps first?
This was
Yeah,
dark and
the rock
darker.
bomb.
Yes, set up 20, but it's not.
Anyone
so
get
no.
some like landmines? I think those would be really helpful, actually.
All right. Well, I'm gonna set up on my Pegasus. Do we want in the air so that I can summon them at the ground so that they don't come at us from below?
What do you say,
They come
Toddy,
at us
about
from below.
traps?
What I said, whoever brought the landmines, this is the best place to use them.
Coin's gonna stealth himself near the top of the cave entrance, like he's sort of, rock climbing.
Awesome. What's your stealth check, sir?
17.
Awesome.
I am also going to hide.
Okay. With a 25, you were very well hidden compared to Coin.
You say that like
that
not
bad.
compared to other people. Who's better than me? Damn it, Saphira is fully gone.
Saphira doesn't hide. She
I
wants the
know, that
legend
means-
of her death to be told to everybody.
Yeah, that's been told like 12 times, and she's still alive.
I ain't even proficient in stuff.
We're just gonna hide behind, I think, this rock.
Okay.
Not necessarily hiding, but just like taking cover and being prepared to cast spells.
Sure.
Before we really start this, does anyone want a death ward? I do have the Orb of Dragonkind. Might as well use some charges while I can.
Oh yeah, did we bring the Savage Claws
Yes.
with us?
They are here.
I would like them to leave.
You want them to leave? We can have them
Yeah.
leave.
So mean.
If they're willing to step back and, I'll say, watch for anyone trying to escape, like any of the broodlings or anything, and jump them, we'll focus on the main dragon here and hopefully won't get caught up in it.
All right. They will go ahead and head off and let you guys do your thing.
Oh, good.
We
I
have-
really thought they were going to die.
We have enough heroism potions for all of us to double fist them.
This
Anybody
is
want to drink any?
one?
For the record, Justin, I love these so much.
wanted to indicate where he is on the wall,
I know.
It's,
Um,
it looks like a cave drawing.
It does look like a cave drawing. of a
Frog
rock.
alert.
I'm a minimalist, alright?
I love it. I think it's great.
Some ancient civilization was here making marks. How did they even get up there?
I'll down
They
one
were-
of the potions of heroism from the bag just because I have disadvantage on attack rolls and I think I'm going to need it.
Okay.
Do it.
All right, we ready to do it? Sorry, anyone want the death ward?
Oh,
Honestly, if I think you should give them to the two clan members.
I don't think they want magic cast
them
on them. That's
away.
kind of why I sent them away.
All right.
Bruce is gonna ask for. Hey, can I have a potion of heroism?
I'll pass you one.
Bruce is just gonna chomp. Potion consumed.
I get one as well.
I'll pass one to Saphira too. I'm not taking any of these out of the bag. These were in my inventory.
Okay.
Tati and Saphira, you two are the ones I'm most worried about going down. Would you be willing to have a death ward?
Rude.
No, it's not because I don't believe in you. It's just that I know it hurts you significantly if you drop.
What level am I?
Wait.
This is a deep question.
Also,
I'm
were we
a
I mean, I'll
good, like,
take one,
without
but
a
I
doubt.
don't see why you're worried about me.
Sophia, you died like 2 days ago again.
She's got it out of her system now.
Not from battle though.
That's true.
Yeah, it was.
Also, remind me if Fira's been freed from the grip of Mosaba, right? So if she dies, she doesn't have to like roll a D100 that's greater than the number of days.
Yes, but she's also died like 5 times, and so bringing
Yeah.
her back's now not a sure thing.
Yeah, I know that, but she's not
Also-
like guaranteed to die because she's been. a
Frankly,
Mosaba.
right now, the number that she has to roll is higher than the number of days that she can be with Masaba. So, regardless, she's actually in a pretty bad spot.
All right.
I think she was returned probably with the intention that she had more to do in this life. And if she hasn't finished the task she was sent back to do, I think she's going to have some uncomfortable explaining to do when she gets to the next realm.
It'd be really awkward.
So I think
Brought
she
back
should
to
work
life
on
and you
staying
died.
alive.
Hey,
Die a
come on,
week
you died
later.
that fast. You suck.
All for believing in the divine plan, but I'm also not one for like, oh, it'll all work out if I don't do anything because that plan's gonna be there. So I'm gonna give you both
Yeah.
a death ward using 4 charges from the orb.
Okay?
All right, and then I guess I'll rise up into the air. Let's say
Before
20
you
feet
do
off the
anything,
ground.
are you sure you want to do this?
We don't know enough to know that we shouldn't.
For like 20,000.
Choo-choo.
So I think I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna rise
Backup
20 feet in the air and summon the dragons.
Awesome. As you activate the Orb of Dragonkind, you call telepathically in all directions for 40 miles.
Mhm.
All evil dragons within 40 miles are compelled to stop what they're doing and come towards you. Within the cave. Because it's going to take a while for the rest of them to get here. In the cave, you hear a lot of scrabbling, a lot of stones moving. You hear the beating of many wings, and you hear above them the beat of very large wings. And then before they reach your dark vision, whose dark vision is the longest?
You just got 120 feet.
120 feet? Does
Yeah,
anyone
probably
have
visible.
greater than that?
Nope.
All right. Ruzid, as you peer into the cave, you can see them coming. 18 dragons.
17 of them are like tiny, right?
17
like
of them are the size of each of your party members.
Okay, so they're babies.
That's
And
Less
one is
horrifying.
your size, Ruzid.
Seems like a fair fight.
Until
Alright.
the other dragons show up, but we don't know they're coming.
Okay, like what party member though? 'Cause if there's like 17 tatis or coins, that's a lot different. than
So
That is true.
I have
Yeah,
to
they, like,
arrange
brainstorm.
all 17 of the little guys here because you guys called all of them.
Nope.
All right.
They
So
all just, like happen to be
It-
evil too. There were no like neutral guys hanging out with them.
Yeah, no
these
black
were
sheep,
not
like, no-
neutral.
We
Okay.
call all these dragons, and then we all as a group look to Oshin and wait for the big area of effect spells.
Hey, I have a big area effect spell. It's in my mouth.
Yeah,
I'm
first
calling
one
them, right? Can I hang
called
up real quick?
teleport. Bye.
All
We
right.
might need
So
to wish
this is
this
our
guy
party
out of the
that's
orb
so
real quick
good
to
at,
help
at
us.
crowd control.
All right. So we're going to go ahead and put this on the battle map here for you guys.
I also will not be healing or attacking well.
Yeah.
So you find yourselves at the top left corner of the map.
Attack rolls is really gonna screw us.
All right. So here we go, guys.
Showtime.
Right.
I mean, if you think about it, they probably weren't all huddled up, so they should be arriving at different points, a little bit tiered.
Before we start, can we address a bookkeeping thing?
Sure.
I activated a 2-hour telepathic bond before we split up to go talk to the other, to talk to the
Sure.
3 smaller tribes. Can we address how long it has been since that happened?
Better part of 3 hours, because you guys talked. You would have needed to re-up it at this point. You guys
Okay.
walked around, etc.
I'll do that during combat then.
Okay. You could have done it before combat if you wanted to.
Okay, if you're fine letting me do that, I will absolutely.
Rin does it all the damn time, and if he doesn't, I would be disappointed.
Okay. I'll say upon entering the cave or upon summoning the dragons.
All right. Awesome. So, as you guys summon the dragons, I need you guys to please roll for initiative. And we're going to roll for initiative here.
We bring our guests after all.
They should not be there. No. All right.
Nope.
Okay. So here we go.
This music slaps.
And I got a 22. Come on.
Be a classic.
All right. Mr. Coin, they're coming.
Start of the round. I'd like to increase my initiative by a D4 with the gem power.
Okay, your D4 takes you up to 19.
19.
Got it.
One step at a time.
Coin spends 4 key to empty body, going invisible, and so on. As established, he has a 17 on his stealth check. He's going to begin entering the cave via the cliff, the wall of the cave, and scout ahead.
Okay.
I'll track my steps here. I got about 45 movement left. He hops across to this wall. He's doing sort of a full 180 scan ahead of him. He's gonna hop a bit more forward. He's gonna be rather confused. So just to clarify, he doesn't see any dragons right now?
You see one, I think? Maybe?
On my screen?
Okay.
No.
Okay, then no, not yet. You can hear them.
From what direction?
The southeast.
From
Yep.
here?
Uh-huh.
Okay. Coin is going to... He's gonna stab his rope dart into the wall.
Okay.
Just to, like, pull a rock out of it, essentially. He's getting a loose rock, and he's gonna throw it in the direction of dragons, so his team will see the rock.
Okay.
Hopefully cluing in on what he's saying.
We're gonna see the rock bounce noisily down the hall.
Yeah. Just boom, 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 boom.
Okay.
But that's his turn.
Awesome. Then the dragons come out. And you rolled a 17 on your stealth check, correct?
Correct.
So my perception
I'd also
check...
like...
Go ahead.
Just to establish, I'm assuming he's like 20 feet off the ground, or how tall is this cave?
The cave goes up 45 feet.
We'll say halfway up. He's 20 feet up.
Awesome. The perception check for this dragon is a 32.
Pretty
You're
good.
in trouble.
That's 19. Good God.
And it is their turn.
Yeah, it is.
They will fly up to 80 feet to here.
Oh my god, Jesus.
Oh, this is perfect.
They see Sea-Toad Coin on the wall.
Yeah, they do.
They also see the vast majority of the party over there. We're going to have 17 shard breaths at Sea-Toad Coin.
I'm glad I got that
No.
resistance on.
Oh no.
So disadvantage because he's. Well, actually, no, it wouldn't be disadvantage because I assume all of them have blind sight, right? Or well, maybe the babies don't.
Well,
They
I don't think
all
it's an
have
attack
30
roll. I
feet
think
of blind sight.
Womp womp.
it's probably not an attack roll anyway. So
So, Seatoad Coin, as they fly by, they breathe shards of metal at you.
Yep.
So
We're gonna do
counting
this
on, really counting
17
on
times, sir.
Hit me.
All right. So, I need you...
Hang on, before.
Yes.
Sorry, I
Go
might just to shorten things. Is this a dex save?
It is.
Okay, Coin, you have evasion, right?
Yep.
Yes.
So then you only have to roll damage for the ones you fail, I think. 'cause
Correct.
You avoid all the damage. Okay,
Sure.
that might save some.
So-
numbers
Silver
going
lining.
in.
What is your bonus
Going
to
in the
your
chat.
dexterity saving throw?
My deck save plus 11.
All right, so I need you to roll 17d20, and only on a 2 or below you will fail
Oh, you'll be fine.
You're below.
for the 17 ones. So you will
Not a-
succeed on all of them.
Not a single.
Coin's breaking it down right now.
I
So
can't believe I can't see this awesome thing happening.
You know how he? Here's how I'll play this. You know how he stabbed his rope dart in the wall to get a rock?
Mhm.
It's still stabbed in the wall. He's just going to let go of the wall and start sort of swinging on the rope dart, kicking off the wall to dodge
Awesome.
all of this.
cool. So just to be clear, how much damage you could have taken?
10 billion damage.
4,728.
No, it would have been 448 damage.
Still more than enough.
So that is the little guy's breath weapon. The big guy does have a breath weapon as well, but his is a 90-foot cone, and he's not going to waste it on one grunt.
Oh, he totally should.
he can.
He's
I'm
not going
silent.
to.
Yeah.
He's not as dumb as the Australians made him out to be.
He doesn't want to hit his friends / children.
They're immune to slashing damage.
That's a tragedy.
As the shard breath goes out, it extends outwards for a 90-foot cone. So, from him, 90 feet is there. So, I need all of you to make dexterity saving throws of a DC 22 or suffer 81 slashing damage.
Oh, that's
Do
cool.
we all have advantage in a or not? Yeah.
Yeah,
Advantage?
advantage and
Advantage?
+5.
Is it a magical effect? I guess it is, right?
It is a magical effect, yes.
Oh wow, that was bad.
2d20, keep highest one.
It's not a spell, but it is a magical effect.
Plus 5.
I am going to use my inspiration on that because a lot of damage.
I hope Tasha's
Yeah.
fighting on my back, but I don't think she is.
No, I think I am.
Oh, you are?
If we were going in the cave and we're all stacked up like this, there's no way I'm not
Yeah, I'm
sitting
gonna
on
use
top of
an
you.
inspiration.
Okay, so then I would get evasion. Yeah, no damage.
So on 3
Awesome.
dice, I rolled a 1, a 2, and a 3.
You know, it improved
be
each
a rock.
roll.
All right.
You have not been nice to the dice lately. This is your
I'm going to use one of my saving throws from that spell I cast at the beginning of every day. I had a 13, which with my bonus will get me there. I have 1 7 left for a saving throw.
Okay. So does that mean you take half of the damage or none?
It's just half, fortunately.
All right. So that's going to be 81 slashing damage cut in half to 40.
Oh, that hurt.
If you fail the saving throw, you take the full 81 damage.
In a way, Coin tanking all the missiles was kind of a best case scenario, wasn't it?
Don't worry, 2 can play this game. It's about to be very painful for 17.
And the ground is now covered in little shards of metal. Anyone who takes a step will suffer 8 slashing damage.
Better fly over it.
All right. And the dragon here, the big guy, will attack Seatoad Coin with its multi-attack. So
Sorry, he gets to do a breath weapon and multi-attack?
he does.
Oh,
Damn,
gross.
I want these cheats.
So
Good
with a
lord.
bite attack on Seatoad Coin, does a 28 strike you, sir?
28 does strike me
Okay.
for 19.
19 piercing damage.
Okay.
And then 2 claw attacks. The first would be a natural 1 that will miss you.
Miss.
The second one will be a 33 to slash you for 12 damage.
Hit.
All
We're
right.
making sure to mark these as halved, right? Because of empty body.
Does empty body? Oh,
Yep.
oh yeah, because the
Halves all
resistance.
damage except force damage. Resistance.
So, good catch. I didn't realize it applied. I thought it was just specialized damage.
Very good ability.
I do get hit by those, but I'll half it. So
Okay.
9 and 6.
9 and 6. Okay, cool. And I need you to roll a Constitution saving throw or be embedded with one of the claws.
Save. 20.
All right. So we will inflict one of the broken claws into your flesh. You'll be bleeding at the start of every turn
Indefinitely.
until you're able to use a medicine check to close it.
Okay.
And it's a DC 16 medicine check. All right.
I can do it.
So, lastly, he gets to use his Frightful Presence for free, which is a Wisdom saving throw of a DC 20.
No one near me can be frightened.
Okay. No one near you can be frightened, but Mr. Coin is not near you.
True.
Wisdom saving throw, sir.
Oh, for me.
Yes, sir. You're
26.
fine. You are not frightened. You guys are immune. So they can't be frightened while they're near you, so they don't need to make the save?
It makes sense there. I don't know the specifics of how that works.
I wonder if the effect is suppressed or I don't know. I don't know how it works.
Okay.
It
Technically,
just
they
says
have to
while
make
you're
the saving
conscious-
throw, and then they are immune to it. So they are immune to the Frightful Presence for 24 hours.
Cool, okay.
It says can't be frightened,
Right.
so I assume that we just succeed. It doesn't say
Correct.
like it suppresses it.
All right. The little guys did not attack Sea Toad Coin. So they are going to use their dash action here to go ahead and keep moving.
Didn't they all just attack though?
They just did their
Yeah.
bonus action.
Bruh.
Oh boy.
So they will
This is just
dash.
how cool it is to be a dragon and why we should all aspire to be dragons.
I guess they're making a great case.
Hey, where are those 2 meat shields we brought?
All right.
Aizen sent them home.
That is the extent of their turn. Bryn
They
Gemflower.
already died.
What would you like to do, Bryn?
This is just so gross. All right. Well,
I would warn you to not get in a tangle with all these hatchlings because I'm gonna breed
Yeah.
I'm gonna breed poison over all of them.
Seems 2 of
Okay.
them are already in a tangle with him.
all right. Can we all fit on Ruzid?
Yeah, we've established that we can all like stand on his back.
Okay. Well, I'm on the ground, and the ground is covered in broken glass. So, I think it's important that we get off of the ground as quickly as possible. So, I'm going to let's see. There's 5 of us plus Ruzid. Ruzid can already fly. I'm going to use my action to cast the spell Fly at 8th level, which give 7th level, which gives me 4 additional targets.
Okay.
And it's a range of touch, so I'm going to spend a sorcery point to make it a distance spell and increase the range from touch to 30 feet.
Awesome.
And I'd like to target the myself and the other 4 members of my party
Awesome.
who are nearby, so that cannot already fly. So Saphira, Sason, Oshin, Tati, and myself will all gain a flying speed of 60 feet for a duration of up to 10 minutes, or as long as I can concentrate on this spell. So that's going to be long enough for this encounter. The question is, how many hit points do these fuckers have? Let's see. And then... that was an action. As a bonus action... yeah, I mean, I think we just need to do as much damage as possible. I've been sitting on a spell scroll for for I think over a year. Which is I have a spell scroll of prismatic spray,
That'd be pretty
which I
good too.
think is the most damage I can possibly do. So I'd like to take that out of my pouch.
Okay.
I will display the spell. Hang on. I'll use a bonus action to quicken it out.
Cool.
Because I think we gotta kill as many of these guys as possible before they get another turn. Because some of them are gonna recharge. Display spell card on VTT. There it is. So this is gonna take a while, and I apologize for that. But,
Just roll. Just go ahead and
Here
roll
you go.
17d8.
17 d8s. All right. Well, I'm not sure I can get all of them. Let me make the cone first.
Sure.
Cone.
And just make it
is-
You can
linger.
also fly and move, right?
Huh?
You can also fly and reposition yourself, right?
He'll
Well,
provoke
I'm worried
opportunity
that I'll
attacks.
provoke opportunity attacks. Is the
True.
problem.
So when you do the cone, make sure you do lock width to height, rounded, and set it to
Rounded.
linger.
Linger. Okay. Those settings are done. And a 60-foot cone is 60 feet, right? Yeah, 60 feet. So I think I can get.
You're gonna get the big guy.
Oh, I can get the. Yeah, I mean, may as well. You can probably save on it, but like. Yeah, let's do this. I'm leaving 4 of them, and I get. So that means I get 13 of them plus the big guy.
Let's
Do I get
see.
hit by this? I assume I do.
Yes.
Yes, but you'll have all of Sazon's paladin bonuses.
Yeah, I'll probably be fine. Actually, wait,
and
the
this
deck save.
is-
I'll almost certainly be fine.
Yeah, and it's also the deck save's not as high because I'm casting it from a scroll. Let me go back to my character sheet one moment. I think it's an 18 from this scroll is the
Okay.
DC.
That sounds right.
It is 8. Yeah, the spell saving throw DC is 18. So yeah, what's the plan?
Okay. So that's going to be. You said that you've got 4 of them excluded, so that's 13 plus 2.
Plus the big guy.
Right. So let's roll your 13 first. Your 13d8 first.
Okay.
Just to handle the little guys first.
Yeah, roll 13d8.
Okay, the 8 needs to be.
All right. So, just checking my resistances here. All right. Cool. So, prismatic spray. We have, and all right. So I'm not resistant or immune to any of those damage types across 1 through 5. So let's go ahead and I've got 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So let's just go ahead and get you to roll your 10d6, and we'll apply that to the 10 guys. Is that cool?
Very good.
All right, so 27 damage to those guys. So it's 27. Great.
All right, let's see how much health these guys have. Oh no, that's not a lot
awful.
of damage.
They did like no damage. How much health do these guys have?
I'm sorry, you applied the damage already?
That's like-
yeah.
Oh,
That's like a fireball.
Okay, and then we skip 2, 1, 2, and then we go
No,
down to
It did no damage.
last guy's here. So minus 27, minus 27.
Oh, there we go.
You,
Now it's-
you rolled 4 1s and 0 6s.
So I
Oh,
rolled 6.
All
looks
right,
like we're gonna need a bigger AOE than this to
Cool.
actually kill them.
and then
you know,
Are they gonna try and save?
oh,
against
we should technically try to save. You're right. Yeah. So I've got a +7 bonus to my dex. It's a dex save, right?
It is a dex save.
All right. So
So they need an 11, so it's 50-50.
okay. So this would be 1d20 plus. Sorry, 13d20. All right. So okay. So this guy gets his health back. Is it halved or not?
It's halved on a failed save for 1 through 5.
All right. So plus
this is
13.
kind of meta knowledge,
Yes, sir.
but like strategically, If these things are gonna take too long to knock down, what are the odds we just trap them in, a sphere of force? Put them in daycare while we fight Mama.
I mean,
It's hard to
that's-
trap this many.
Also,
We
they
probably
can
can't get
burrow.
all of them, but if we
they
get
can burrow, we're in big trouble.
well, if it's a sphere, does it go through walls and extend
Well,
beyond the ground?
We could get
Force is
one.
explicitly hemisphere.
All right.
Hmm.
So I've got their damage done. Now I need to roll my big dragon. So can I get your your D8 for this one? Or it's
Sure.
yeah, D8 for the big dragon.
A for the big dragon is that's the worst one.
Are there-
I saved
two
against
of
that
you,
one.
Clayton?
So I think nothing happens.
Right.
Um,
On the 6, that's the indigo
yeah,
restrained.
that's flush to stone, which just does nothing if they
Okay.
pass, and honestly doesn't do much if they succeed either.
All right.
Um,
Cool. And then Ruzid.
Well, also, weren't there? Wait, did you not do the effects for the dragons that?
Oh, I do
roll
need to do those
1d5?
effects.
there's 1, 6, 1, 7, and 1,
And
8, I
8.
think.
Okay, so that one on the 6, I rolled a nat 20. On
Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah.
and then on the 8, I rolled an 18. So
Well, the 8 is hang on, it just says it's struck by 2 rays.
right, so re-roll.
So I'll roll
twice
another
more.
D8.
Yeah,
or,
2d8.
Yep, I'll roll 2d8s. He passes the first one, and so the first one is more damage, and then the second one is the flesh to stone.
Okay, so we're gonna give him another 13 damage.
Sure.
Cool. So another 13 damage to him. All right.
And then I think he needs to roll a separate save against the second ray.
Okay, we can do that. That's fine. There it is.
Oh, never mind.
All right, and then we had a
Just the
7.
I think he's left is the only one, which
Right.
is the blindness.
Right, and so I rolled it at 20 on that 7.
All right, never mind. All right, so that was the most underwhelming 7th level spell that's ever been cast.
Okay,
Maybe.
and then Ruzid, your dexterity saving throw.
Oh yeah.
I
Sorry.
ignore it.
Okay, even though you rolled it at 1 on one of those.
I have evasion, so I ignore it, the damage completely.
Right.
It doesn't matter what happens.
The only thing that might matter is you might get hit by a second ray. Let me roll the d8.
Alright.
Nope, it's
You're fine.
It's cold damage, and you have evasion, so you dodge all of it.
Cool.
Yay.
Awesome. All right, so let's go ahead and get rid of the cone because we don't need it anymore.
Yes, am I able to do that?
Yeah, or I can do it. It's cool.
You might have to do it. I don't want to I don't want to click and drag over everything and then.
No, the way you do it in the
my
future is
thing.
you click on the little orange circle and then you hit the delete, just like that.
Very good, thank you.
Sweet, thank you.
All right.
Anything else,
Well,
Bryn?
these guys have collectively over 2,000 hit points.
No pressure.
All
You
right.
have to duplicate a spell that kills shit.
After
with wish.
Bryn, we go to Oshin.
Right. So, since I'm flying, I don't think I take from moving the damage.
Correct.
Um,
If you take off, because you were standing, you have fly on you. You have not lifted off yet.
okay. So,
I want to wager something. This might logistically be hard to given the battle map, but
Sure.
we are at the entrance of a cave.
Yes, sir.
It's the logic is there. Like we could see if they'll chase us outside, and you remember that sort of where we fought the other dragon. We were essentially on the road, right? And they
Mm-hmm.
if these things chase us far enough, we could theoretically kite them outside, and then we're not dealing with 17 hitting us at once. Now, as a DM, is that like, does this combat encounter allow for that, or is that a you have to try it and see?
I
what
would
happens?
allow you guys to do that. However, I'm going to tell you that what's going to happen is they're not going to split up. These are going to swarm on an individual, and we're going to breathe constantly on individual people.
That seems about right.
So it's a
Just,
really bad
just
idea.
curious. Just curious, so we know our options.
Yeah.
30
They
minutes ago, I heard that these guys definitely don't swarm.
that's what you were told.
I'm pretty sure the GM told me
Got
that.
some, got some bad intel.
All right. So, Oshin, you flew over to inside the middle of them.
Yep. And then I'm gonna cast. I'm gonna cast a chain lightning.
Awesome.
So I'm gonna target the 4 people that that are within like 5 feet of me, because
Okay.
it chooses 1 and then 3 additional targets.
Cool. So those 4 right there. Awesome. So, 1, 2, 3, 4. I actually saved on one of them. So, we're going to take 33 damage. Alright, so 33 there, 33 there, 33.
And it is half for the guy that saved.
Yep, so you take 16.
And then with my bonus action, I'm going to cast Blade of Disaster.
Okay.
And I'm going to drop it. I can see the big guy's square.
Yes, sir.
So I'll drop it just right next to him.
Okay, cool. So right there. Awesome.
And with that, I get 2 swings. And it crits on a 19 or 20.
Okay. And he
Or-
gets 2 swings with the bonus action?
Yep.
Okay.
You get 2
Ninth
swings
level
with the bonus,
spells.
and it crits on 18, 19, or 20.
Cool.
But on the first one, I'm going to use my 19 portent. So
Oh.
I'm gonna
Nice.
crit on the first one. So
Sure.
it'll be. Oh, that was supposed to be 12d12, so I'll fix that.
All right. So it'd be 210,
That's what I count.
and that's force damage, right?
Yep, force damage, and then
Awesome.
this is
Cool.
for
So he's going to
the-
take 105.
That's for the
Resistant to
second
force
swing.
damage. Holy shit! Nothing's resistant to force damage.
These are
Till
resistant
now.
to force damage. They're not resistant to all the others, but they are resistant to force, and they're immune to slashing.
That's all I need.
All right, and the roll was the second swing. I don't know if
Okay.
the 16
The
would hit.
16 against this individual does not hit.
Okay, and cool. That's it then.
Okay. Cool. So, at the end of your turn, Oshin, the big guy is going to use a legendary action, and he's going to swing his tail at Sea-Toad Coin. Wham!
Yeah, he does.
As his tail smashes into the cave wall, you'll suffer 19 bludgeoning damage.
Is that halved because of empty body? Is bludgeoning?
Yep.
Yes, everything
Okay.
is half.
Okay.
All but force damage.
Gotcha. I take it.
Yep. I can't move during that one, so we're going to go to Saphira.
Right. Okay, so first thing I'd like to do is test the weight of the blunted magical sword. Mainly, is it a light weapon so that I could dual wield with it?
Sure.
Okay. In that case, I'm going to fly up to here, and I'm going to try to attack this one.
Okay.
Let's see. What type of weapon should I treat it as?
Do a short sword.
Okay.
Magical sword. It's a short sword +1. It's just blunted.
Sweet.
So
10.
it doesn't have an edge anymore. Okay. So you're going to deal 40 damage with the point of it.
And then with my offhand, I will try to hit it. Actually, my offhand, I think with my bonus action, I'm going to blade song,
Okay.
and I'm going to die over here. Let's go back here. Slightly more cover. That'll be it.
Right, I just have to check. Cool. So as you moved out of reach of this one, it's going to bite at you.
Okay.
An 18 to strike you.
I'll shield that.
Okay. Cool. Then we go to the dragon, who will use another...
Actually, wait, no, I
Oh.
hit blade song. That doesn't actually hit.
Okay, cool. I'm going to use another legendary action to use my tail again. See, Toad? I will critically miss you.
No, you ain't.
Tati! What would you like to do? Tati?
Sorry, I
That's
said
okay.
I'm out of order.
Oh.
It's Eisen's turn.
It's Sison's turn?
I was
You are?
having issues with the
Oh, gotcha.
initiative, so I messed it up.
Understood. Sison.
Well, I wasn't expecting that. Okay, in that case, I'm going to start by moving. That get me where I need to be? Not quite. I think that's as far as I want to move.
And
though.
you're flying, correct?
I would have had to fall because my Pegasus would have died.
All right. But Bryn cast fly on everybody.
Oh yeah, so now it would be. I am going to go to the ground though.
Okay.
Then I will cast. I think it's probably worth it. Destructive Wave.
Ooh, fun.
Nice.
Can I get you to display that spell?
Yes. Sorry, I've never actually cast this before. Oh, there's the roll, I guess. Okay. Did it pop up though? No, nothing's working. Okay.
There it is. All right. So it's a Constitution saving throw, or they are going to suffer thunder and radiant damage and be knocked prone.
Yes.
All right, and it is a.
It should hit everyone but this guy here and anyone past him.
All right, so we have in there.
Not allies. I can choose who it hits. I'll
Right.
choose all the dragons.
So I have 16 guys in there. And that's a Constitution saving throw. I have a +6 to my con, so I need to roll a 15 or better. Roll 16d20. All right. So going down the order here, you need to roll a 15 or better, or to suffer 43 damage to be prone. All right. So, and is there half? Yep. So
Yep.
it should be 21 there. 43 over here. Yeah, prone.
I didn't even know this spell existed.
Oh, it's pretty cool.
One of my very few AoE spells. That's it, by the way. I'm done for 5th levels.
Yep.
Oh well, this is a well worth it 5th levels use
I-
casting. So
I think so too, especially since I think when they're prone, they have disadvantage on dex saves, yeah?
oh,
Am I making that up?
that may be true, but I don't
I
do a
don't-
dex save
I
when I use
don't
my
think
breath
that's-
weapon.
That's not accurate, I don't believe.
Cool. I'm just making rules up. Why not?
I don't think so either.
You'll have advantage on melee attacks, which is pretty good. It neutralizes.
They have to spend
psychic
half their movement to get up.
disadvantage.
And if they were flying, were any of them flying?
Yes, they were flying, which
If they were
just
flying and got knocked prone,
they're at the ground.
so were they? How high were they? Like if they would take some fall damage if they were high.
They were 5 feet off the ground. They're
Oh,
fine.
well,
They're not going to take the damage.
Only the pride, but
Right, almost there, guys. Sorry.
It's okay. There's a lot of them. These are going to take time. My turn took 10 minutes.
Good things take time.
It brings me back to my Gwal days.
Whoa! We need to summon more boars.
All right.
32
How many-
boars.
That's how you
How many
neutralize them.
turns do we think we can survive in here?
Maybe like with all of them alive, maybe only like 2 or 3. If
All right.
I'm being honest.
And I'm gonna knock guys prone here.
You
All
gotta
right.
like
So I'm going to swing that tail at Coin so that Tati can take her turn.
I will say, Bryn, do you want teleported out or sanctuary?
Sanctuary would be awesome.
Great.
Thank you.
I'm going to do sanctuary, and with the last of my movement speed, I'm going to alight on top of Ruzid and be riding him.
Okay.
Legend.
All right. I think I'm caught up. Coin, you get bludgeoned for 6 damage.
Yep.
And second, I said, all right. This guy down here did not. Cool. All right, Tati, what do you want to do?
This scaly boy north of Oshin isn't prone, right?
He is not.
Fantastic. I'm going to use my bonus action to disengage and scoot up on Ruzit a little bit,
Okay.
get a little more height, and I'm going to swing a sling.
This one
Like
here.
somebody-
Oh, you disengaged. Disregard. Disregard. Go ahead.
Yep. Here we go. Like I am back at school playing cowboy.
And with the 24, you will hit it, dealing 39 damage. Awesome. Anything
Alright,
else?
and- Yeah, I'm gonna sink back down and settle back on Ruzid.
Cool. After Tati, I'm going to go to Rusid because I've already used my 3 legendary actions.
So I'm not actually sure how. I guess does my breath weapon originate from like center of my?
Yeah,
Like,
should
I'm
be
not even
center of your
sure-
token. So click it to no snapping. It should be at the center of your token
Oh, no snapping.
Yeah.
Because
you're
Bottom right of bottom
right.
right of Payson, yep.
Something like that, maybe.
and you got it set to the match width to height.
Yeah, I did that already.
Cool.
Oh, I could back up, but that would provoke like a lot of opportunity
It
attacks.
would.
It would let me get like a few more, but I'm not convinced that's worth it.
I think hit points matter a lot here.
So I'm probably gonna do this.
Okay.
Yeah, especially with the
You
heal
still hit
nerf.
most of them.
Cool.
So it's time for a lot of poison damage.
Okay.
Oh, that was a good roll.
Oh,
Alright,
nice.
that is a good roll. All right,
We
so
need it.
Constitution saving throws correct.
So for all of these, so the big guy and everyone else in that
Awesome. So
zone.
5, 6,
Coins in there, right?
9, 10. No.
Even if coin was in there, you'd be immune.
All right, so I have to roll
True.
Constitution saving throws. I have a +6, so I need to roll a 12 or better, and I have 5 plus 5. Yeah, so 10 of them in there.
Six
Ruzid, there's
nat
an
ones.
option in the measuring tool, you can click linger, and then you won't have to hold it in place. It'll just stay
Oh.
there. Like a,
Linger.
Also gives you some cranberries.
Yep. All right, so here we go. He dealt 64 poison damage. All right.
Have on a fail.
Right.
Or on a success, sorry.
5 fail. Under 12.
Yep.
Good damage.
It's pretty
even
good
on
damage.
even on half damage, that's more than my prismatic spray did on a failed save. And about the same as the chain lightning did.
1, 2, 3, 5.
Hey, you just got to practice that one more, Bryn.
Well, too late. That was a one time.
We gotta
Yeah.
sustain one round of a shit ton of damage, and then we might be able to start picking these things off.
Yeah, well, actually, I'm wondering if we do a time stop and just so Ruzid can recharge his breath weapon.
That would be not a bad.
That's actually a great idea.
Not bad, yeah.
I
Because like
Support.
I'm dead.
Well, also,
if
couldn't you
the-
time stop and then we all break the time stop at the same time and like do a ton of
Yeah,
attacks? at
well,
once?
I would bring more people into it to heal up because like I'm dead just to another laser.
Well, they're
beam
gonna
from
get their
people.
turn
All right.
before you get to act.
So
Well,
that's the
might be
little
able
guys.
to- I might be able to go ahead of them with if I roll a 4 on the gem flower. We'll see what happens.
The big
Great.
guy's con save is a 34.
That's not surprising.
Plus 14.
They're a big, tough dragon. Look at them.
Sure.
All right. So go ahead and get rid of that, please. Thank you. Anything else, Ruzin?
Oh yeah, I'm gonna use a bonus action to put up my animated shield.
Okay. Awesome. We can try to get through another round. You guys want to try?
Sure, why not?
It'll be
Okay.
hard, but we'll
We might
try.
have to pause mid-round, especially if we do something that affects everybody.
Yeah.
Maybe we can try and get through their turn and see how fucked we are,
Sure.
and then break after that.
All
Point, I suggest maybe if you want to come back, I might, if I survive to my turn, I might put up a wall of force, then just
Yeah.
wall off the entire cave
Gem
between us
flower.
and the big
Nah,
dragon. And we
I-
focus
yeah.
on that.
Coin can make an attack because he said it's an 80-foot ceiling, so he can jump safely over everything, I believe.
45 foot, but yeah.
You could
Well,
try
high
to
enough
poison-
that
Yes.
it's not a opportunity attack.
Correct.
You could try to poison the big guy with a hand of harm at least before you leave. That would probably be a big help, even if
Alright.
it's just for a round.
What's the save DC on that? Because he's got
No
plus four-
save. He just has to hit him.
Oh, nice.
Hand of
That's
harm forces it. I was gonna see if I can get a stun off. Coin is going to. He's gonna start his attack as he's moving back to the front.
Sure.
Stunning strike attempt on one of these, whatever hits.
Okay. The 19 does not hit. The 21 does strike him, though. He will deal 8 piercing damage to him.
Cool. Pass an 18 con save
Okay.
to avoid stun.
I passed.
Yes, you do. Coin will follow up. He's gonna. This is a flurry of blows at this point. He's
Okay.
going to hand of harm as his
Sure.
first bonus action.
Crap.
18. Let's get a set. Oh lord.
Neither
Not
of
even
those
hit.
will hit.
Can luck reroll an attack?
It does, yes.
I am going to spend a luck to reroll my last unarmed strike.
Very well.
Never mind. I'm not going to spend it.
Well, you spend it. It just didn't hit.
Well, technically, luck lets you choose before the thing,
It
right?
lets you choose which die to use. You always have to spend the point.
Yeah. You have to consume the luck point.
You can choose to spend luck points after you roll the die, but before the outcome is determined, is what this says.
Right. But you rolled the die.
No, it's
And-
referring to the first die that you rolled before you split.
Right.
Oh, okay.
You rolled
I
a
follow.
15, and then you're like, okay, I'm gonna spend a luck point. So that's the die that you after you rolled.
Yeah.
Gotcha. It's saying you can choose
Right.
after the fact, not
Right.
before the fact.
Right.
Okay. All the same, I spend one. Coin's going to return back to the party.
Sure.
The 65 movement. Can we just assume he's high up on the ceiling?
That's fine.
He climbs all the way
Spider
back
frog. Spider frog.
to. So he gets back to here.
Sure.
I'll even put him one more back, and end turn.
Cool. Awesome.
Time for some evisceration.
It becomes their turn.
Yeah,
Do-
we
bef-
are-
d-
Yes,
does
sir.
he bleed at the end of his turn since he didn't medicine?
Yeah, you should have been bleeding. So at the start of your turn, you should have bled for each of the metal shards, and so you'll suffer 8 points of damage, cut in half because of your empty body.
Got it.
Nope, nothing. Carry on.
Okay. All right. It becomes their turn. I have 17 dragons going to try to recharge their breath weapon,
Hooray.
Boo.
and they get it back on a 5 or a 6 for the little guys.
Oh,
So
God.
17d6. I got 1, 2, 3 of them back. What
Oh,
the
that's
hell?
Pretty lucky,
lucky.
actually.
That is ridiculous.
That's so lucky. Makes up for the
Wow.
crappy damage rolls we got on our team.
Right.
All right, we're gonna move some guys up a little bit here.
Obviously, I'm gonna roll a 5 or a 6 though when I roll.
These guys moving, do they take
Nope,
a
they
thing-
get up and fly. They
Alright.
use half their movement, and they can only move half their movement now. So, but they're not
Just
going very far.
checking.
Yes, sir. Jumping through the hoop.
Well, I think I'm not.
Plus,
gonna
they're
be
immune to
killed
the
outright.
slashing damage, so they could just walk on the ground.
I like it when Bryn doesn't get killed
Fair.
outright. That's good.
Yeah, well, just because with only 3 minor breath weapons, I think I survived the 3 little ones, and the big one knocks me out, and I don't fail all my death saves.
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Brandon, don't forget, I can take one of the hits for you.
That might be necessary.
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
It's also assuming they're all in a position to get
This-
at you directly.
Yep, this guy here is the first one who gets to breathe outwards. So with a cone, he's going to breathe outwards 30 feet, like so.
Yep, seems fair.
Yep. So it's going to be Ruzid, Sayson, it's going to be everybody except for Saphira. So everybody except for Saphira against the first shard breath.
Oh. Okay.
Okay.
Plus.
Yeah.
Take no damage.
All right. So
beautiful?
those of you with evasion will take no damage. Those of you without it will suffer 11. No, Saphira, you did not. You were outside of it. And then the next one would have been this guy. And his breath weapon comes out 30 feet and is everyone except for Saphira. For another shard breath. I rolled exactly the same number, too.
Thank God we're a Dexy party.
Yep.
Yeah, we.
Well, we just have a paladin that gives a +5 to all our saves. That's the real.
All
That's
right.
the real winner
So
here.
it looks like, again, those of you with evasion will take no damage. Those without will suffer 11.
All right, still up. I got 20 hit points left.
All
I
right.
need their attack though.
Lastly, this one here is the last one who gets to do it. Yes, yes. And his 30-foot cone goes out and does not include coin.
I was worried.
Again, for 22 damage.
Ooh, I actually whiff on that one.
Ooh.
Oh,
Shit.
you have +5? Oh, you already included that.
Yeah. That's gonna knock me out. But I think
All right. Should I take that one then?
I'm trying. I mean, probably because if the big guy gets me, I think it's better I just take the damage and drop to 0. So yes, I would appreciate it if you could take the 22 damage.
You got it. Taking the 22 for you. That's my reaction down.
Alrighty.
All right. So we are then going to go through the little guy's turns here, and we're going to start attacking. And we're going to do a bite and 2 claws each.
God, so many attacks.
It's so many.
All right, so we're just going to go through the bites here. So we're going to start with biting. And we will choose between Bryn, Oshin, and Ruzid with the first guy. 1d3. So that's going to be Oshin for the bite. And we'll just do the 2 claws here as well. So 24 to hit you, Oshin.
Yeah, I'll just. Actually, I'm gonna use my reaction to cast shield.
Okay. Taking your AC up to what?
27.
Awesome. Cool. The 2 claws both miss you. The next guy can only attack Oshin or Ruzid. All right, Oshin, bite, claw. Nope. This guy can target 4 targets. Or number 4 is Sison. 26 to hit you, Sison.
Oh, sorry, that'll get there. Yep.
So the 26 does hit you?
Yes.
All right, so you're going to suffer 8 slashing damage and have a piece of metal embedded in your flesh, unless you succeed on the con save, which you can't fail. So,
Yeah, I'll be fine.
all right, this guy can only target this guy here. Yep, can only target Oshin or Ruzin. All right, so Ruzin, bite, claw. 25 to hit you, sir.
That hits.
All right.
Can I fail the con save? I cannot.
All
There's
right.
no way.
So 9 slashing damage, sir.
Cool. I'll take 9.
All right.
You subtract my temp hit points.
This guy can only
for
attack
one left.
Ruzid.
This.
25 misses.
hits. No, that hits. That hits.
All right,
That's
for
11
11.
more damage.
Yep.
So that, and then. On my
Now we're at this guy who bites, claws.
22 barely misses.
Okay. We're at this guy who has to choose between Sison and Ruzid. That's going to be Ruzid. 24 to get you, sir, for 16.
That hits. Take 16 damage.
All right. Now we're at
Cool.
this guy. So bite, claw, Ruzid.
26 and 25 hit.
All right. So that's another 27.
Yep.
All right. Now we're over to this guy. Bite, claw.
23 hits.
13. Here. Bite, claw. Nope.
I'll miss.
This guy is not prone. And he's going to bite, claw. 25 to get you.
Yep.
This guy is not prone either. So he will bite, claw. At 25 for 12. Over here. Bite, claw. 26 for 22.
A high roll. Yeah.
This guy here's next. Bite, claw. 26 for 11.
Yep.
And lastly, this guy. Bite, claw. 23 to get you. For 11 damage.
Yep. That's all.
And now for the roll that we don't want to see happen. 1d6
this one
for the
matters.
big guy. Big guy did get it back.
Yep.
All right.
Really could use Fizbin's Platinum Shield right now.
So we're going to Shard Breath, and we're going to move forward when we do it. So we're going to move right up to here, and we're going to Shard Breath from here. So from his center, I need to zoom out in order to see everybody here. So from his center, because we're going to play fair, we're going to hit everybody. So I need everyone to make their dexterity saving throw or suffer 72 slashing damage.
That's nothing. That's a lot. That's a lot.
Coin, you are not within Sason's 5+5 aura, I don't believe.
Isn't it 30 now?
It's 30 feet nowadays.
It's 30 feet
30
now?
feet, yeah.
Awesome.
Does that even make the difference?
It takes you up to
22.
21.
I think
Yep.
it's still short by one.
Is this
Yeah.
gonna matter at all? So and the 9 is if you fail you get impaled with glass.
No, the
Or-
9
or-
is the shards added to the floor.
Gotcha. Okay, so
Coin,
I
you do have
think
advantage.
literally doesn't matter if I succeed or fail.
From what?
This is a magical effect. My sword gives advantage.
Oh. Don't fail me advantage.
No.
Wait, are you
I-
getting
this is-
plus 5?
The curse is-
That is, well, the +5 is a 21. It's a
This is
22.
22.
Yep.
It's not enough.
Thank God
Yeah.
for evasion, I
Did you
guess.
drink the potion of heroism before the fight? I don't remember if you did.
No, but the bright side, I'm resistant and I take half, so
Yeah, so you don't take that much.
it's not that much. 72 halved twice, I believe.
Right, so 72. Does evasion give you
30
half damage, or is it to give you resistance?
on a fail. I'll double check. I
Okay.
was under the
Half
impression
damage.
it's half damage on a
Okay.
fail.
So you would suffer 36 damage, cut in half to 18 total.
Only half if you fail. Yeah, I checked. 36 halved.
Is 18 total.
Okay.
All right. So Bryn's unconscious as he is impaled with a whole bunch of these shards. So the rest of you, if you have evasion, you will take the 36. If you have evasion, you take no damage. Those of you without evasion will take either the 72 or the 36 damage if you succeeded. Cool. And then the dragon is going to attack Ruzid because they're the same size and he can't get to the little people.
Bite me.
All right. So we're going to bite and claw twice. The first bite, Ruzid, is going to be an 18 to get you.
Kaiju fight. Kaiju fight.
All right. The claw, Ruzid, is a 30 for 11 slashing damage.
Okay, I take 11.
All right. And I need a con save of a DC 23.
Okay.
Or be impaled with one of the shards of metal.
D20 plus 1 plus 17.
All right. That's not a magical effect, though.
So then I wouldn't get the advantage, but
Right.
so I'd still succeed. I'd
Okay.
have a
Gotcha.
25.
Cool. The second claw attack will miss you. All right. And we got 5 minutes.
I assume that that's the end.
Yeah. I think we let the suspense hang in the
I
air.
think that's a good cliffhanger. Bryn has just
Yeah.
gone down.
Fair
The
enough.
attack
Bryn,
power-
I
what did
agree.
say?
So real quick, before one logistical thing to wrap up. Sorry
Sure.
to be the guy who
No,
reminds the
absolutely.
homework, but I was concentrating on fly. Was anybody in the party actually flying?
They were flying, but not high enough to fall for damage.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm specifically on Ruzid's back, so I'm fine.
Yeah, no one was flying high enough to take damage.
All right. Notably, I think I still have a sanctuary on me though. I think
You
I
do,
took
that's
that off,
correct.
and I should not have taken that off. So I'll be harder to target with an attack.
Yep.
All right. So am I the only one in the party who's actually getting totally torn up by the breath weapons?
No, we're all getting torn up.
I mean, yeah, we're all our backs are against the
Because we
wall.
don't have evasion, so we're just getting whittled down.
Yeah.
Even like not everyone has evasion, so the people who don't, which is like half party, is getting whittled down slowly over and over again by
Yeah.
attacks.
For
And then
reference,
for me,
point,
I'm just getting absolutely mauled by these tiny guys, and they're probably gonna finish mauling me next turn, and then continue to maul everyone else.
Oh, maybe
I think
I'm
it's
not,
time for
maybe
cheese
I'm not-
strats.
Maybe I'm not seeing the health bars move because Ruzid, it looks like you're still close to full.
The blue is the dragon's health bar. The red is my health bar. That's
Oh,
beneath
I
the dragon's
don't
health
even.
bar.
Yeah, his dragon
I
was about to go
I
down.
took like 160 damage or something.
Oh, there it is. Okay.
Oh,
Yeah, to be fair, I have a max of almost 300 and I'm at like 150.
Oh, geez. Okay.
Yeah, the little
Um,
dragons deal about as much damage as the big dragon. They just have a much lower chance to hit.
All right, guys. We will come back next week
I'm
and
telling you,
hopefully survive.
2 walls of forces to make a full dome. Just shake them up inside a wall of force.
I'm not sure we can
That
run
would only fit a
combat without
handful of
some
them.
crazy tactics, unless
Yeah.
like if with Bryn down. Because I think if Bryn was able
Yeah.
to cast like time stop, like he
Yeah.
lived to his turn, then we'd probably
So-
be able to win this. But I think without that, it might be wise to think about ways to get out of this fight. Because
Yeah,
the dragons
so-
that are the like little hatchlings have so much health that I think even if all of us cast AoE spells again, even if I got my breath weapon back, I think we would still not be able to start killing them. And then once they take their turn, they'd take me down for sure. They'd probably take down one other party member, and then we'd be in really deep trouble.
So
I have a
am-
question.
Go ahead.
The reason these guys charged us is because we triggered the dragon orb. Did they seem particularly interested in that orb, or were they just fighting?
They're coming
orb?
towards the orb. And
Does
Or
it have a
people are in the way.
reverse button?
No, the orb compels them to come towards us, and then once
Yeah.
they've reached us, they're technically no longer like
Right.
compelled to do anything.
They're here.
But the orb says they're pissed usually for you doing
Right.
that, and they will just fight you. And I don't think
Exactly.
these dragons
But
are the
it's
type
not
to
like-
just be like, it's like for us to say JK and then
no, they
piss
don't
off.
just target Sison.
Does it
I
have
get
like
that.
a recharge on using the orb?
My mind was to moth lamp them somehow, but it doesn't sound like that's mechanically what's occurring.
No.
Like if I had a familiar run off and just blow, like use the orb again, that it would just make them all run away.
The familiar's not attuned.
Yeah, you gotta be attuned to it.
I think we should be thinking about ways to get out of this situation.
So,
I don't know how we'd be able to easily, like, not easily, just like win it all
all right.
Honestly,
I
against
think
as many
my,
foes.
my comment on that is I think we should try and stick it out for one more round because I am 50% to go ahead of them on my next turn with the gem flower.
Does it
will be-
activate even when you're unconscious?
well, I won't be. Presumably somebody heals me for at least one.
Yeah, I can
And
get him.
Oh, and then you can. Oh,
It activates at the top of the round. So I have rolled 2 1s with the gem flower. I presumably the big guy has a higher dex than me. So or even if I beat the little guys on dex, because my dex is 16, which is not bad.
We kind of just
for-
had bad luck with them
Mhm.
being so high in the order because
Yep.
they rushed the door before we could take any
Indeed.
evil.
If I think for this round because as long as Oshin is up, we can teleport away. And so I think that we try and tough it out for one more round. It's 50-50 that Bryn gets to go first, which means we can do a time stop and try and do like Wall of Force shenanigans and reroll Ruzit's breath weapon and basically try and stabilize. If we can kill a bunch of the little ones,
yeah. If we get a time stop, I think we can win the fight for sure. Because then it'll give us enough resources to kill all the
Honestly-
ones before they start owning everyone.
I could also hold an action to do a wall of force or something if the big dragon gets its breath weapon back to block it.
another thing is we can do hinder fate on the breath weapon recharge roll.
Whoa, wait, that's huge.
Yeah, because it won't it stops the biggest source because I think if we take another big breath weapon, we're in big trouble.
Yeah, we're
But
kind of fucked.
if we dodge the reroll on the big breath weapon for one more round, I think I might go down again before I get a turn. In which case, like that, we might just have to evacuate. But I think there are worlds in which we survive this fight and even win this fight. I think we need one more
I agree.
round on that to determine which world we're living in.
Yeah, it might also take some uses of the hat. I think we should spend some time just considering what our
Yeah.
best uses of. We need some strong AoE, for instance.
Yeah, I think at like literally the best AoE we could pull out of the hat, like just in general. And the thing that I've seen is like maybe like horrid wilting, maybe Dark Star, but Dark Star would be a lot of friendly fire.
Well, it's also you have to be able to cast the spell from a scroll. In terms of sorcerer spells, Psychic Scream exists,
Oh yeah, that's a good one.
which is pretty good. I was looking at high-level spells. I just went with Prismatic Spray because I already had the scroll in hand and I didn't want to just stop combat and try and write a limerick. But we could do like Incendiary Cloud is persistent AoE damage.
I think too,
yeah.
we're right next to each other in the turn order, Bryn. Like if you wanted to take an action to pull one and then I could cast it immediately.
Oh yeah, I could get like a wizard spell that because I can
That'd be a good
what
idea.
makes the hat good with being a sorcerer is I can use an action to speak into it and then use the bonus action to quicken spell whatever I get. But yes, I could give you a good spell as well. Like, just even a wizard spell that I can't learn.
I'll throw out another thing to consider is Circle of Power, because that would really help us resist all of these breath weapons.
Circle of Power is a 5th level paladin spell. Has advantage on saving throws and other magical effects. Additionally, it basically gives evasion to everybody in the circle.
Pretty much give out, yeah, exactly.
That seems quite solid, actually.
The only thing is we'll still have to deal with the actual attacks, but something to consider.
I mean,
And
we could
also-
Meteor Swarm. We could pull out a scroll of Meteor Swarm.
Will that work in a cave?
I don't fucking know.
We're at the
The spell
entrance.
doesn't really specify what happens. It says it plummets to. It just says blazing orbs of fire plummet to the ground. I mean, I assume you like conjure them from some other place. So like, I think
If
it would
we
probably
really
fly
want to
in
be
case.
mechanic monkeys, we could trigger like a friendly fire, massive damage AoE, then just pull out a blue crystal shard, and just poop into Silas's palace.
Well, with Circle of Power, we could like just be immune to a meteor swarm and just nuke the
Wait,
whole
you're
thing.
right. Wait, maybe this is the plan.
Meteor swarm is half damage on a
Just saying.
successful save.
So
And
we And Circle of Power ignores it, right? And we
Yeah,
could totally all
take it.
succeed on the save. Wait.
Mm,
Especially if we're getting
This is
scroll and it
actually
has a
genius.
lower DC. Than
I wish we
own
thought of
version.
this an hour ago.
That's so much damage because it's 40 d6 damage. Like those dragons are dead if they get hit by
Really?
Meteor Swarm.
I didn't know what was happening.
46
Prepared
is
these
20
spells.
times 7 is 140 damage, which is 140 damage on a failed save, which is probably enough to finish off the ones that are around half, but I think the people who save are going to survive.
Hey, that's still a lot. Like,
It's still a
gonna
lot, yeah.
be
If
massively
we can-
helpful.
If we can call down 5 of them, I think that can turn the fight
Also,
around.
Circle of Power. Wait, Circle of Power would completely negate like all their breath weapon tricks. I'm pretty
That's
sure,
what I'm
right?
saying. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. You guys have a wonderful night. Stay safe. We'll come
Yeah.
back next week for the next episode of the Toivoan Trainwreck.